This host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, and probably should have waited until after going to the bathroom to start the live stream, but instead I started it as I went into the bathroom. So now I'm peeing just to start off the stream. But today we have a really important question being posed by the title of the stream, and a really important issue to discuss accordingly. The question is fun bad? The answer, no. Fun is good. Not fun is bad. If life were an ideal dream of wonder times, then it would be just fun all the time. And there wouldn't be any unfun parts. It'd just be, there'd be unfun parts, but they even though they wouldn't be fun, they'd be juicy. Oh, we had a lot of fun. Now I'm tired and hungry. I'm going to eat and I'm going to go to sleep. And I get up and have more fun. Well, that's really what my life should be right now. It's just what I described. But I still let myself get stressed out about stuff sometimes, I put a lot of stressful energies into that whole Michelle Shocked thing. It turned out to really be unnecessary energies, because if I had, it probably weren't unnecessary. I'm glad I didn't rush into a decision about it, But it also caused me a lot of anxiety. Not so much the possibility of losing, so much as the process of procrastination I engaged in, which makes me be all dark playgroundy, But now that that's out of the way, dealt with, I've got one more thing I got to deal with. It's kind of a big deal, which is funeral for my parents in Missouri. Set that up, schedule that, talk to my aunt and stuff. But other than that, I don't have anything particularly weighing on me right now that's notably and determinedly unfun. I mean, yeah, we gotta mail the electricity bill. Gotta pay the water bill. Those things aren't very fun, but they're not that big of a deal. Now, if you're somebody who is of the yes, fun is bad camp, well, you're wrong. A lot of people seem to be determined to tell us that fun is bad. Like members of the Anti-Fun Committee, the Fun Reduction and Awareness Raising Campaign, school parents, bosses, they all seem to think that fun's not okay. Well, you know what I'm here to tell you? You should have as much fun as you can have. Life doesn't always allow you to have as much fun as is theoretically possible to have. But, yes, Carlos, you're correct. Your advice is well taken there. Have fun in life. Like, seems like COVID trained me anyway, and probably a lot of people, into killing time instead of having fun. Why kill time when you can have fun, though? So I was waiting for that video I just uploaded to upload. And I watched it. And then I was like, I don't really want to watch this cartoon. It's not a very good one. And yeah. So what do you want to do, Eric? That would be more fun than that. Well, I could live stream. That would be more fun than just watching a cartoon you don't like very much. There's a lot of things I could do that would be potentially fun in some way. Like I could even sweep up out here. That could be kind of fun sometimes. Um, I could, work on music or something, but live streaming sounded like the most comfortable possible choice for the status quo. I see my compelling notions on the topic of fun do not seem to be very fun to experience by the viewers. Is I'm down to simply one person watching, and it's almost certainly Rachel. No, it's Carlos Baeva, I guess. Make open panel discussions for fun. I mean, I don't find open panel discussions fun. I find being on an open panel, it's Eric trying to fix more than one idiot's wrongnesses. You know, I like purposeful discussions. If you're going to have a discussion about something, debate, discussion, whatever you want to call it, it should be well defined going in. Like, are we discussing this for the purpose of exploring possible ideas that we might find interesting about it? Are we discussing this topic because we disagree about it in some fashion and we want to resolve that disagreement in favor of one side or the other? Are we discussing this because we want to just chat with people online, or why? Because, like, let's say there's a panel discussion about evolution. Well, that would be better served to be a structured debate. I'd take on and whip anybody's ass in a structured debate on the subject if I'm negating evolution or affirming that we don't know is the correct position, however you want to say it. If you consider evolution the status quo, I'd be affirming. In that case, that would be a very productive debate because I would definitively, without any doubt whatsoever, win. And, the pro-evolutionist side would be left scrambling for answers and scrambling for even questions to ask because I would eviscerate them in no uncertain terms, right? But unfortunately, the kind of things that need to be debated aren't debated correctly and aren't debated by the correct people. But it's like, despite the fact that in all of my conversations about evolution, all the videos I made about it, all the negations I've done on it, and so forth, and despite the fact that on not one single occasion has anybody successfully rebutted any of the arguments I'm making, successfully given me pause with any kind of evidence they presented or any reasoning they presented at all. Not even one time. That's only going to happen if the rhetorical slope on it is heavily skewed. And when the rhetorical slope on something is heavily skewed, that means, you know, it's hard to argue against or hard to argue for if it's skewed against you, you know. So, but despite the fact that I've won every single argument about it, that people who purport to believe in evolution can't answer any of my questions that would suggest they know what they believe in, there's still probably the vast majority of people who've heard me talk about it still believe they still use evolution as a paradigm to understand things. So, you know, the thing is, for something like evolution, it's not like taste in music or something. Well, I think epigenetics are a real phenomenon. They're one way in which the genome sickens over time. You know, the purity, so to speak, of a species genome decays slightly over time as epigenetic factors and nearly neutral mutations in that aren't that don't root, you know, that are able to be passed along, enter into the genome of a species, even though all the evolutionary forces are there to eliminate deviance from the genetic mean, genomic mean. It's still going to, so the genome's going to change somewhat over billions and trillions of years if the species can survive that long. But it's not going to evolve. You know, there are not going to be any new species branching off from it or anything like that. And certainly epigenetics, in conjunction with whatever other arguments you want to make, cannot explain where species came from. No, I don't. There is no explanation that I like better. Well, I mean, a speculation that I think has more legs than evolution does as an explanation is that it's a simulation. And the reason I think it has intuitive legs is because there was an ongoing series of extinction events like clockwork every 40 million years until the last one. It's been 66 million years since. That really seems like somebody playing Sim Earth and then, you know, making a bunch of corals, and they're trying to get intelligent life, and, you know, so, and then they get stuck with a bunch of corals, so they cause a cataclysm. And now this time they get asexual plants going on land, but they still can't get any animals, so they cataclysm, start over. You know, that intuitively feels like, well, I mean, it intuitively resonates, but that's not an explanation for anything. That's just a speculative notion. Scientology? Well, The point is, there's no way to explain the evolutionary process that incorporates a mechanism that makes sense. That's one problem. The other problem is, even if you were to ignore that and just sort of afford the mechanism that doesn't make sense irrationally, afford it legitimacy, you still have to acknowledge it would take billions of years for for species to evolve in that fashion, and that's not what the fossil record indicates. That boy Klaus asks, is fun bad? Well, the answer is no. Fun is not bad. Fun is the opposite of bad. I can't think of what that word is, but whatever it is, that's what fun is. I'll tell you what's not good. Things that are boring. Boring things are not good. They're bad. You might say, well then, Eric, this is bad because you're boring me right now. Well, you'd be correct to condemn me for being bad then, if that's the case, because, well, I would be correct to condemn you for being here while being bored, because that just indicates you're making a poor decision. You should find something more exciting than this then. I don't understand where Scientology comes into this equation, though. Do you mean to write science? That's subjective. Some people love organizing stuff and cleaning excites their reward systems. Well, look, I like to vacuum. I think vacuuming is fun. So I'm not saying you have to listen to my definition of what qualifies as fun, right? Um, well, Carlos Paiva, just to let you know, I am Scientology clear. Okay? That means, what's the WEF? The Women's Environmental Federation? The World Economic Forum? The answer, Winston's mom, is no. I got it right. Hey, I got it right before you guys even told me. Pretty good, huh? Pow, pow. If that boy Klaus is talking about the WEF, I'm thinking that must be World Economic Forum. Are they? They're going to make us happy with economics? By making us eat bugs? Oh, that doesn't sound like a good way to make me happy. Boy, I tell you what got a lot of comments, Oliver Linehan, is that video I made where I read your comment from like 6 months ago. You probably, like 6 months ago, you're probably like, why doesn't he respond to this great comment I put? Well, you were just being impatient, Oliver Linehan. Well, I tell you what, that boy Klaus, you don't need things. I do need some things, like my bong and my grinder, my weed, my penis. My rights. You gotta fight for your right to party. Anyway, I don't know why I didn't see or respond to that comment when you put it 6 months ago, but it was a good comment. And I like how it was, it attempted to be as non-normative as possible. In other words, it didn't position people who mistype themselves as doing something wrong, rather as kind of an inevitable consequence of people mistaking typology for our coping mechanism. Another way to put it would be that people use stuff like typology as a coping mechanism and operate under the assumption that typology, therefore, is a coping, can be used like that successfully. And of course, they can use it like that all they want because, I mean, you know, there's not broad consensus about it that would allow people to appropriately go, okay, this should be classified as misinformation and removed as deceptive content just because they're wrong or something, right? Hopefully we'll get there someday, but I don't know. If I want to make a career of typology and take it seriously, what would you recommend? Well, Zuri Buchanan, first I'd recommend that you watch all of the videos I've made that have the words defensible typology in them, which is not that many. And I would recommend then you start a channel where you start typing people for free. And then if you get subs and viewers regularly, you should watch my typing sessions, type like me, because I know what I'm doing, and other people, by and large, do not. And then, if you can just be one thing, unlike me, you could probably be quite successful at it. Because the way I type people is the most reliable way to type people. It's the most defensible way to type people. It's the way that says, here are justifications you can sink your teeth into. And here are definitions you can use to affirm or negate things. Well, if somebody were out there being a typologist, using my approach, and committing their channel to just being that, I'm sure they'd be very successful. Especially if they had better FE than me. Especially if they were, say, I don't know, a young and handsome Zuri Buchanan. I suggest that if other people were less self-absorbed than I am, they'd take good advantage of this opportunity to be the Eric who plays the part, right? Because you dress up in a suit, look all nice and tidy, don't have all these missing teeth, not be an old man, and, you know, NI your channel so that it's like, it's clear that what you're doing, and that's all you're doing, is typing people and maybe making occasional videos about cognitive functions or something. A smart person, a smart TE person would just copy my shit but make it more NI, right? They just like go through my videos on cognitive functions, recent ones, not super long time ago, and basically just reiterate what I'm saying, put it in a nicer looking format, be the guy. It wouldn't even have to credit me, although maybe if you mentioned me occasionally as relevant to your success would be nice. But they could have a whole hugely successful YouTube channel, I'm sure. But you know, everybody wants to just think that nobody who wants to make a YouTube channel about typology wants to first learn from Eric about typology. Those two realities seem to run afoul of one another. I need to get more weed out. I appear to be out of weed and out of grindings. All right. I'll get it from this bag of weed in the refrigerator. Just a little bit of weed I have here in in the refrigerator. I had to put it in the fridge because we got so many frozen dinners last time I was at the supermarket that it used up all the room in the freezer. Oh, you're privacy obsessed, Paul? Okay. Well, that's an introvert thing, you know? Introverts are all about, they're into privacy. You know what I say about it, of course. You can probably guess if you give it thought for a second. What do I say about privacy? I like to say privacy schmivacy. That's what I like to say. But I respect other people's desire for privacy, you know. Obviously, if somebody wants their video private, that's fine. But I personally think privacy is just a way of people not paying attention to me. You know? I do have nothing to hide. Well, it is, you know, it's like I have plenty of things to hide, probably. But the problem with that notion is I've been vigorously not hiding them for years. So even if they're things to hide in some abstract sense, it's too late for that now. Yeah, well, I hide my genitals too. That's true. You got me there, Ruben. You win that point. You might have all manner of things to hide. That's true. But I don't have things that I do hide. I mean, maybe a couple of things. You know. But usually because somebody else is concerned about their privacy. Like Delilah doesn't like me talking about details of her life very much. So I have to be mindful of that. I don't want to get scolded again. And, you know, it seems like somebody who knows Delilah must watch my shit fairly regularly because I can not get away with talking about her without getting called out on it, it seems like. I know she's not watching my shit. She's so, she's so persnickety about her, I guess, SE autonomy. I couldn't even get her to try Vyvanse because I told her it was slow to kick in. And she's like, well, you know, when I want to take it, I want it to kick in right now. Just try it. Nope. Weeks later, she still hadn't tried it. I guess that's really pushing an 8 slot NE there. Try something new.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not so much privacy minded as I am like don't want to annoy the neighbors minded. So, for example, I worry about lights being on in the middle of the night if they're shining out of windows or whatever. So I'll try to keep all the drapes and stuff closed if the lights are on in the middle of the night. And I try to keep my voice down when I'm outside late at night. I don't want to give anybody anything to complain about. I'd like to be model neighbors and model citizens, but we're never going to quite pull that off. Like, if I were really a model neighbor and citizen, I would sweep my driveway so it looks nicer more regularly. But, I'm not my dad. I have some of that stuff that I've got within my capacity, and some of it is it's just not Eric, Like, I know already that this is Eric. This is the horribleness of being Eric. Let's talk about how horrible it is. I know I'm going to get a shop vac, a wet dry vac. I know this. I need this because I want to clean the carpet. And I don't want to use the whole house vacuum as like a wet dry vac because I like it too much. I don't want to mess it up. And I don't think I want to get a carpet cleaning thing, specifically a carpet cleaner, like a rug doctor or whatever machine. One, because they're actually quite expensive. And two, because I want a shop vac for more than just cleaning up these like dirty spots on the carpet, which I want to like scrub with Resolve and a little bit of water and then vacuum it away, right? Vacuum the dirt away. And I've known for quite a while now this reality about needing to get a shop vac, because my shop vac that I had, which came with the house, which was super old school, I found it in the shed out back, was a good shop vac, but it died the day of the wedding as I was vacuuming up little paint chips. Well, what happens when you push on people's 8-slot functions? They don't like it at all. People think they have their 8-slot function in perfect balance. You might say, you don't seem to me, but they feel as though they have it in perfect balance. Because it's super unconscious, so they're not really thinking about it at all. And it's autopilot in service of extroverted intuition. So any adjustment to it is going to be seen as a direct attack to absolute value of self. This is 8 slots specifically. So for example, with SE and NE DOMs, this is how the 8-slot thing goes. NE experiences SE as the end of the discussion, right? I want to talk about it more. Then somebody does something to render the discussion of the matter moot. And I see that as basically a source of evil. In contrast, an SE DOM is going to see extroverted intuition in the world as getting in the way of accomplishing anything. In other words, they have to wait, and it makes their SE wait. However, SE and any DOMs are all action types. So they feel that they're using the other kind of action appropriately. Club ENTP thinks he's using words properly and ideation properly. In other words, as a tool needed to accomplish his goal, which is to be a successful YouTube channel. He needs some content, right? We know what we want to be a successful YouTube channel. We need some content. Well, in contrast, I'm like, well, I've got a bunch of content. In other words, I've got a bunch of ideas. I guess I have to do stuff to put it up on YouTube so that people can see it. And I mean, just look at the frequency with which I live stream versus doing uploaded videos. Doing uploaded videos is more SE, right? Live streaming is just I push on my phone, go live, put a title in, take a snapshot of me, and then that's it. So you can see, like, if you look at Club ENTP in my channel, you can see very clearly the difference. One of the channels has good content and bad execution. The other channel has good execution and bad content. That's not to say that everything up on my channel is fantastic as videos, Not at all. There's some of the content. I mean, live streams should be evaluated as live streams. They're mostly experiential in their play as media objects. It's like news, kind of. If you're not catching it live, it may or may not be of interest enough to you because it's kind of, well, it's unfocused. Mine are anyway. This is supposed to be about fun and whether it's bad, but we seem to have deviated from the topic a little bit. Well, SE types like new things insofar as the newness is in service of their SE, right? Just like I don't mind doing things as long as the thing I'm doing is in service of my NE. Things that are in service of my SI, which is to say SISE, like checklists of things that I know I have to deal with. I mean, doing stuff like that is very challenging for me because it doesn't connect to any of my absolute values. Only in the vaguest sense can I make a connection like, well, I need to pay these bills so that the electricity doesn't go off, so that I don't have to deal with getting to turn it back on again. It's like, it still doesn't really connect to any absolute value. Just the fact that if I don't do a certain amount of minimum stuff that I have to do, then I just have to do more stuff. Okay. I don't. It seems like I used to take more um, satisfaction in doing S kind of tasks. Like I said, I like vacuuming. I like cleaning. It's fun-ish if I'm thwacked out, you know. It's fun-ish if I'm thwacked-ish. Well, I mean, the thing is, both types, if they want to do, say, be a YouTuber, YouTube channel, they'll come up with enough stuff to talk about that they can produce an adequate amount of content. I just probably won't find it very interesting. Well, that includes ESTP, you know. It's like, I don't think Taylor finds my content very interesting really to watch. I don't think I find his very interesting to watch either. And it's not because we don't like each other or don't respect each other. It's just, you know, there's always that kind of feeling between ESTP and ENTP, unless it's like your own daughter, then it's a little bit different. But, uh, oh, we got two performers here and no audience. Because there's a commonality of seeking that third slot FE validation as kind of a hidden agenda. And both parties can see that, kind of intuit that they're both people looking for an audience, and neither of them is an audience person, really. Well, it's very much instrumental. It's like I didn't want to make food and eat, but I could tell I was hungry. I know from experience how being hungry makes my energy levels drop, and how having sufficient food can be a important source of energy. Um, like sustainability, that if you're going to be on 5 minutes and eat, your upness will last longer than if you are on it and don't eat. Those factors made me go, okay, Eric, enough putting this off. You need to make some food. And I made some food. And I ate it. But it's easier to do these things when I have an audience. It's easier to do everything when I have an audience. That's why yesterday's live stream, I titled it Michelle Shocked Chores, because I needed to do those chores. And it made me do them successfully. What does it mean for the newness to be in service of SE? Well, like, I want to make a YouTube channel, so I'm autopilot going to come up with something sufficiently new to qualify as content for my YouTube channel. Versus, I've got all these ideas and I need somewhere to put them. Yeah. Legends fall. I feel you, dog. It's easier with an audience. I had this ENTP debater. My one of my I consider him a friend, still, even though I haven't talked to him in a long time now. But named David Dosh, and his parents like hired a tutor for him, whose job it was basically to sit there and watch him work on things, and periodically express and being impressed by his his intelligence. That was the tutor's job. And, it allowed him to get his work done. He needed somebody to be watching him, just like Trouble, our cat. Our cat doesn't want to eat unless somebody's watching him eat. I don't really love watching him eat. It's not my favorite activity, but I get it. I hadn't really thought about it in those terms until right now. Like, it's just like, imagine if you're doing your homework. For an SI polar cat like Trouble, eating's like doing his homework. So he's like, I don't want to eat by myself. Like, what could be more boring than eating? And so we have to go watch him. Then he'll eat well. Sometimes I'll, like, leave in the middle of his eating, and he'll kind of and finish out eating as quickly as he can. Are you feeling stressed out about it? You want me to help you? It would be like doing stuff for the sake of learning or F points. No, I'm not saying that. I mean, the point is, what do you want to do? Do you want to talk, or do you want to make a YouTube channel? Do you want to explain things and tell people about your ideas you're having about Meow? Or do you want to make a YouTube video? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm obviously behind the times, Carlos Paeva. I'm a deprecated, antiquated, behind the times old man, living in yesterday's news like it were tomorrow's forevers. Yeah, I mean, what eating is paying attention to is an SI is the SE of SI. So you SI know that you're hungry by the physical feeling of it or other cues that you have. And that's the SI part. And then the SE part is to resolve that what you know with your SI to be a problem that needs resolution biologically. Namely, you need to eat some food. Then you eat it. To eat it is to SE it. But have you heard of the 2 minute rule that sort of hopes to prompt us to do chores we're putting off? No, I haven't heard of it. Well, that's a good idea. That's a good rule of thumb. The 2 minute rule says if you can complete a task within 120 seconds, you should tackle it now instead of waiting until later. That's fine. That's all well and good. Okay? But what is the big problem with this idea? It assumes you know how long a task is going to take. And the worse your TE is, the less you know that. People with TE polar probably, if you were, this would be an interesting way to test TE actually. Like, approximately how long does it take to meow meow meow? And probably TE Polar would be like, oh, 5 minutes, 2 days, 30 seconds. I'm not sure. Uh, or you think that straightening up the day room is going to take a full day? Not real. No, no way. That's an easy job. The day room's not that much of a mess. I've looked in there not that long ago. It's fine. One can pick up and put trash in a bag in 2 minutes. One can put all dirty laundry into a bag in 2 minutes. One can take dirty dishes into the kitchen in 2 minutes. You can hide a body in 2 minutes. I don't think that last one's true, for instance, Mom. If you're starting from it hitting the floor to being hidden, getting that done in 2 minutes is going to be tricky. That's a useful list of things you can do in 2 minutes, though. And the thing is, you've got to have good TE to break your tasks down into those kind of steps in the first place, right? So Rachel's thinking, and her task is, I'm doing the laundry, right? She's probably not thinking, the first step is to take these things into there and put them into that thing. And it would be very unnatural probably for her to try to frame her tasks into steps like that, which could correctly be evaluated as 2 minutes or less. It's a good idea, a good heuristic. I like it. It's kind of like, the, what is it, 3 second rule for food touching the ground. If it just hit the ground, you just pick it up right away. It Look at it. If there's hairs on it, then it's too bad. But if there's no little hairs on it or anything, then just go ahead and eat it. But this is a much harder rule to apply because it's easier to determine how long 3 seconds is from when you dropped your food than it is to determine whether the thing you're going to do comprises one or two distinct tasks and how long each of those tasks are going to take. If you kiss the ground, you get an additional 15 seconds. Wow. The ground is that starved for love, huh? Look, I don't want to play any role in the ground whoring itself like that. I think that would be immoral of me. I mean, I think I still remember plenty of my dad's little heuristics that I learned when I was a kid. Because my dad was always making me do chores and stuff, so I heard all these things. You wouldn't guess like that. I was raised in a family that where I had plenty of tasks I had to do all the time, and I had to work hard, and you know, because look at me, I didn't turn out like he planned very much, but some of his heuristics are really good ones, like always cut away from yourself. Simple, straightforward, easy to follow. Another good one. So always cut away from yourself is basically uh, TE. It's a heuristic that says here's how to avoid a problem related to SE execution. So it's TE and SE. It's saying if you always cut away from yourself, you'll never slip and cut yourself. Another one, let the tool do the work. Let the tool do the work is a good heuristic because it reminds you when you're using a power tool or any other kind of tool, like if I'm using a circular saw, don't push it harder to make it go faster. Let the tool do the work, and it'll go through it, right? If if I want to hammer a nail in more effectively, I don't need to swing my arm harder. I need to have a nice kind of a golf swing effect thing where I'm letting the weight of the hammer do all the hammering and not my arm. So let the tool do the work is another great universal heuristic for dealing with tools. Now, it's of course there are times when, depending on what kind of tool you're using and what kind of work you're doing, when you just need more elbow grease or well, yeah, I don't legend fall, so I needed those. Um, and my dad was always also said, don't subscribe to the bigger hammer theory, which is like you're getting frustrated by difficulties here does not mean you need to get a bigger hammer. You probably just need to do it more carefully, not more angrily. I was frequently accused of ascribing to the bigger hammer theory. Another famous one of those kind of TE heuristics is measure twice, cut once. What what I've learned myself as a heuristic over the years of measuring twice and then cutting still more than once is you actually have to be precise in your measurements. So it's like 7 3/8 inches means 7 3/8 inches exactly, not somewhere up there around where 7 3/8 inches is. And measure way more than twice if you're Eric, because you think you got it perfect. You're gonna cut out this perfect rectangle. You've got it all marked and measured out. It's perfect. You do the cuts, and somehow you end up with a circle. So, measure many, many times and hope to cut once is a good heuristic. Lift with your legs. Good heuristic. Uh, Avoid working with your hands above your chest. Try to keep your work level right here as much as possible. Don't work up here. You'll get tired very quickly. Your arms will get tired really quickly. um, Move the tool, not the thing. Move the tool, not the thing is a good heuristic. Like, you've got some object over here that you're cutting, and then you go put your tool back over here, and then you go bring the object to the tool. You don't want to do that. Bring the tool to the object, not the object to the tool. Now, if you have a workspace, let me get my notebook to make some notes on this. Okay, lift with your back, snap up quickly with a very sudden and violent twisting and jerking motion. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Another heuristic I've learned is uh, don't try to pick things up that are away from you at all. Like, let's say this hat here Okay? Let's say there was a thing right here preventing me from walking up to it and getting it. There's a thing. And I had to reach over here and pick it up like this. Don't do that. This is obviously fine for a hat because it's not very heavy. I'm talking about things like, let's say, a gallon of milk. Even though that might not seem like a big object to lift up, don't do that. Don't try to let's say we're over here. Don't be like, oh, you'll hurt your elbow. Take it from Eric. Don't retain your semen. I love you too, Rachel. I wonder what made her say that. Unless you are on the top bunk of a bunk bed in a loft, in which case you'll crack your head open. You're too shy. Hush, hush. What? I said you're too shy. Hush, hush. If I'm too shy, then wouldn't that mean I'm already hushing too much? Just listen to me. You're too shy, hush, hush. By why? Like, by why? Shh. Stop being so shy. Stop being so shy. Hush, hush. You should shy. You need to stop being so shy. Hush, hush. You're too shy. That one song launched a whole generation's worth of hatred against shy people. That's how much damage one singer-songwriter can do. With their hateful spewings against the shy. Person's already so shy that they're shy, and you're telling them to hush not once but twice? That's what I would call ontological violence at its absolute worst. So, anybody seen any good books lately? Read any good movies? Painted any good musicals? Sung any good sculptures? That's called extroverted intuition. Do you see how I switched it up on you? I didn't say the regular thing. I made it a little different with a twist. Oh, Eric, show us your ways. Sorry, I can only show those to Rachel. I'm a married man, you know. And unlike in that one movie, I'm not married to the mob. Fortunately for me, Rachel's family, despite their Italian-y, New Yorkie-ness, is not affiliated with the mafia. Yep. I know you probably think, but aren't all people in New York with Italian last names affiliated with the mob? The answer is no. I would guess only a tiny fraction of them are, if even that. I think the mob's kind of like no longer exists. I'm sure there's some kinds of organized crime, but there probably wouldn't be but for drug prohibition laws. There's not really that much black market opportunity. I guess there's like human trafficking, which is obviously a very depressing topic. Probably like smuggling the horns of an endangered rhinoceros. The sort of thing the mob has to do these days to get by. So how you guys in the mob doing? Well, you know, there's a burgeoning market for rhinoceros horn in China. Ooh, adventurous. Not really. I mean, first you gotta go kill a rhinoceros, and you know, we're mob guys. We're not. Doesn't mean we're heartless. The rhinoceroses are adorable. And you gotta get a bone saw out and try to salvage as much of the horn as possible, you know. And we take it down to the mill to have it ground into wheat. I didn't know you could grind a rhinoceros horn into wheat. Yeah. We bake that into a delicious bread. We sell that in China at our gray market store. Perfectly legal breads. That's what the mob's up to these days. They've got a store in Shanghai called Perfectly Legal Breads, in which they sell their rhinoceros horn to superstitious Chinese people. Bada bing, how you like this rhinoceros horn? You got any Siberian tiger? Ooh, we're fresh out. I have a California Condor mini toast. No, we just have it in the full-size loaf. I wonder if those mobsters in Franklin Square are slinging rhinoceros horn on the side. Exactly, Ruben R. It's good to eat. I just hope that my incredible accuracy doesn't find me mixed up in a RICO investigation. That's basically what you got there, Ruben, is you've written essentially a feature film in 5 acts. The 10 things the mafia somehow still controls. Well, this looks like an interesting link. Sports betting. Illegal betting website. Narcotics trade. Well, sure, there's always going to be narcotics. So, heroin trafficking. Waste management. Gasoline and cigarette tax scams. Even a small-time criminal can fill up a truck with thousands of cheap cigarettes bought in a state like Virginia, transport them to New York, stamp them with a fake tax stamp, and sell them at a huge profit. Cigarette tax scams are still very much alive and well in America. Sex work, construction, high-stakes poker. Labor racketeering, olive oil production. Huh, well. Next time you're enjoying a delicious Italian meal, maybe you should wonder where that olive oil you got came from, whether it's really squeezed from olives, or whether it's squeezed from the testicles of men indebted to loan sharks. If they're so scary, Broccoli Todd, why don't you dress up for them as Halloween? Dress up as them for Halloween. I got those words backwards. Yeah, sure. You want concrete? We got concrete here. These are bags of sand. That's an important ingredient in concrete. Well, you know, I want to assure you all I am affiliated with no organized crime syndicate whatsoever, or even a disorganized crime syndicate. I am not engaged in any crime at all, in fact. So, good for me. I live crime free. Good for me, I live crime free. Nope, not even disorganized crime. What crime could I be considered to be guilty of, possibly? I mean, I used to go by mushrooms. Could be construed as a crime. I mean, it's not by my definition of crime. In my definition of crime, you have to be both morally and legally culpable of wrongdoing for something to qualify as a crime. Like, uh, it has to both violate some duty or obligation and be legally criminal. So, yeah, good for me. I live crime free. Are you someone who likes crime? No, I'm not. I hate crime. No, I hate crime all the time. That would be a good chant for you to teach elementary school children. Are you someone who likes crime? No, I hate crime all the time. It's an anti-crime cheer. Who can slay a gang of steers? Shay Langoliers. So anyway, I think a good idea for a Broadway musical would be Cheerleading the Musical, in which all the songs in the musical are like cheerleading cheers. But the plot of the musical has nothing to do with cheerleading. Cheerleading the musical is a musical in the cheerleading style. It's neither about musicals nor cheerleading. What is it about? Well, it's about the growth of a small company in Wisconsin from a mom and pop store to a significant regional player in the Wisconsin supermarket industry. You might say, that seems a little bit boring, Eric. Okay, maybe it is. You know what? Maybe cheerleading the musical can be about cheerleading, but it's about cheerleading done by people who aren't cheerleaders. So it's about there's three main characters. One of them is a dog, one of them is a man, and one of them is a woman. And each of these characters, obviously, the dog is not a real dog. It's a person dressed in a dog costume. Okay. These three characters, each independently, in the first act, you see them running into problems in their life because they keep trying to apply cheerleading cheers to situations where they're not appropriate. Like at a funeral, the dog says, like, "Oh my God, it's time to mourn because Steve is dead. He's not born. Come on, everybody." And then he tries, but he trails off. Then the funeral audience goes, "He's not doing a good job retaining his boss. It's a funeral. He's not." And then you get like other voices coming in, like in syncopation to it, saying like, "Boo hoo 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 hoo." Anyway, then for each of these three individuals, the man, the woman, and the dog, you see an equivalent thing. The lady tries to, her coworkers are busy cracking down on a deadline at the software company, trying to complete the last bug fixes on the game before the beta test is over and it goes live. And she says, she gets up and she's like, she's like, "Pushing on the Xerox, grab a beehive. We're 45 minutes from going live. Who's with me? Who's with me?" And nobody's with her. Somebody says, "Shh." And then another person says, "Hush, hush, shy, shy. You're too shy, shy." And then they do a song around that. "What do we want? We want you to hush. Who do we want? We want you. What do we want? We want you to hush. Now hush, 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 hush." And then, they show the man. He's trying to start a cheer while he's playing water polo, and he almost drowns. And then the rest of the team does a cheer about how, when you're swimming, safety first. Otherwise, your bubble bursts. Finally, the three people in the second act meet each other: the man, the woman, and the dog. They're you start seeing each of them in one common scene, trying to do a cheer all at the same time they began. And guess what? It's all the same cheer. They all came up with the same cheer independently. The situation in that instance is they're at the library and dead silent. Everybody's studying in the library. The dog's allowed in because he's got a shirt on that says "service animal," and they all get up and be like, "Great job with the studying." And whatever rhymes with studying. "Great job with the studying. Nobody's working with a buddy then." And then they all look at each other. And of course, everybody in the library goes, "Will you please shut up?" And then the librarian comes to the center of the stage and pulls off her librarian outfit to reveal a sexy dress. And she lets her hair down and she does a sultry cheer like, if we're going to go to the library, you're going to spend some time with me. I'm the librarian. And then there's a whole song about that. And then in the end, the three people, the dog, the woman, and the man, end up writing Menopause the Musical, which opens to rave reviews. And the curtain drops as the three of them are toasting each other and drinking from champagne. It's never really explained at any point why one of them is a dog who can talk and is just otherwise just like a person. Um, but his name's Spot. And he has one of those circle things on his, it says Spot on it, around his neck. And, like if there's a scene where they're all eating, he'll just be eating dog food from a bowl. But other than that, there's not going to be any comments about the fact that he's a dog, even. But except for if he tries to go in someplace, they go, no dogs allowed. He says, he points to his shirt. It says service animal on it. So, yeah, that's the play, and I think that production should begin immediately. Obviously, concurrent with the great. I know there's a lot of those hearts and stuff coming up. Kind of a dog spot. I'm picturing him kind of like a basset hound. Yeah, Kirsten Dunst could play. She could play the dog. Because the dog doesn't have to be a male dog. It could be a girl dog. And she has a very tag whaley, tail waggy, way about her. I'm glad, New Groove. You're on the same side of things as I am. Um, we could get we could get uh, Selena Gomez to play the woman, and then we could get Bradley Cooper to play the man. Those are some big name talents you got there. I think that's a good cast. And then of course, there really should be like there's kind of like an enemy team too. There should be an enemy team in this play, and they're the people who want to sing regular songs instead of doing cheers. So they'll come in and they'll be like, "And I need to know why," and then the cheer people will be like, you know, "Defense, defense, let's stop that singing. Defense, defense, let's stop it right now." And then they'll get drowned out by the cheerleading people. But throughout it, they'll be trying to sabotage our heroes in their dream of getting everybody to cheer. Selena Gomez doing a Gomez Adams impersonation in the feature film Gomez, Where Is He Now? Does the story have pronouns now? It does, yeah. Michael Jackson began that trend with his groundbreaking album, His Story. Because Michael Jackson really was a little bit strange. Didn't quite get that. Like, just aesthetically, it just, oh. It's this horrible, like, mess. Horrible mess. I think a good title for a movie is Gomez and Ruiz Aren't Really Mexicans. It's about two white guys named like Dan Gomez and Taylor Ruiz. And how they keep being told, Gomez, you're not Mexican. Yeah, well, there's a Swedish Gomez too. Where's the Swedish Gomez family? Vernon? Vernon Ruiz. Okay. Dan and Vern. Sure. Okay. I could put you a Google Meet. It's is there a reason for this urgency, or are you just saying, I just feel like it? Is there interesting news you want to share or something? Let's see. Abe Ray Hizam. Abre Hizam. Okay. Piao. 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 Let's see. You want to talk some shit about my situation with CBS? Well, I don't. The thing is, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to have both this on and the live stream without having internet problems. If I can, that's fine. If not, then I don't necessarily want to end streaming. Let's see. Puggity. Oh, I know. This one. Puggity. Like, where's the link to it? Info. There we go. Cow. Okay. Copy. And Piao. Puggity and Piao. Well, now there's two TWFP marriages. Because me and Rachel got married too. Two of them. Pretty good, huh? Probably better than a lot of dating sites can claim. 2 happy marriages. I'm assuming you're happily married. Hi, Abraham. Can you hear me?
Oh my god. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I can hardly see you, by the way. I don't, it doesn't matter to me, but yeah.
Okay, well, I could move over there. Hold on. I could move over there. I could show you the life of. Wherever that song goes. Okay, let me put this here so you can see Abraham too. There he is. And then I'll come over here. And then you can see me on the screen too, maybe. Can you? Yeah, well, not really. Let me move this camera down here.
So, Eric,
Yes, Abraham?
I'm inclined to ask you about your latest experience with CVS Pharmacy.
Yeah, well, there's apparently a Vyvanse shortage. And
Was
then,
it a Vyvanse shortage or is it an Adderall shortage?
no, first there was an Adderall shortage, and and oh, is it this camera that's on? I see.
Yeah.
I see
You
why
look
that
like
wasn't working.
you look like my fucking sleep paralysis demon right now.
Hmm.
Like with all the quality and stuff.
Yeah, well. Um, so yeah, at first they didn't have Adderall. The pharmacist recommended I switch to Vyvanse. I switched to Vyvanse. I got prescribed Vyvanse 70, and then the pharmacist was like, "We don't have it, and there's a shortage, and we don't know when we're gonna get it. Try switching to um, 140 and 130." So I called my doctor who had that prescription called in because it's the same as the 70, right? But they didn't have 70s,
Yeah.
but they had 40 and 30s. So they
Well, you just crack it in half or what?
no, I got 2 bottles, one of 40s and one of 30s.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
That equals 1 bottle of 70s.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Anyway, but it costs twice as much, and it, and,
Yeah,
and it's an
it's.
expensive drug.
But do you buy a brand name or do you buy the generic?
There is no generic yet. It's too
Ah,
new.
fuck. Yeah, you're getting fucked raw, man.
I mean, the thing is, I like the Vyvanse 70s just fine. I like Vyvanse fine. It's not as speedy as uh, Adderall. It doesn't have nearly as many side effects. It doesn't make you crash out. Like,
Well, I'll tell you what, me and Susan had a great time eating dinner and watching your previous live stream on your experience at CVS. Me and Susan had a ball just sitting there laughing. And the thing is, like, one could assume, like, yeah, maybe Eric's throwing a little hissy fit, be it not. I think from a certain aspect, it's also very reasonable, right? Because especially if somebody just slams their hands on a desk and says, "Have a good day, sir," and then tries to expect you to move on after
uh,
all the shortcomings you've had there.
oh, you're talking about the specifics of the incident. Where in this particular incident, he first didn't even order it until 5 days after the doctor called it in. He told me on Monday that the doctor hadn't called it in yet, when the doctor had called it in on Friday. On Tuesday, the lady said that they were just, it was on a high cost hold. And I said, okay, well, don't hold it. And she said, okay, I'll have him fill it right now. But then when I went down to get it, they told me, oh, we actually don't have it at all, and we have to order it. And then when I called back a couple days later, they said, well, we still don't have it. You should try this 40/30 thing. When I did that, then I discovered it's twice as much. So the thing is, in this instance, there's a lot of particulars the guy did wrong. And when I'm trying to get him to be like, okay, but you told me on Mia that Mia happened, that's when he got all like very agitated and fussy about shit. He didn't want to be called out on making a mistake.
Yeah. Nah, before I quit Adderall, um, I actually considered going to a mom and pop shop that was there in Marina Del Rey, where I was staying at the hotel my job had gotten me there. It was like a mom and pop shop that was there, and it was like, yeah, just call it in. And they were like, they had very short hours, but I figured that if it'd be a mom and pop shop, that maybe it'd probably be better, like, as opposed to like a CVS or a Walgreens or whatever.
Hmm.
Maybe there's something like that in your area or something.
Yeah, I'm planning on switching to a different pharmacy next month. I'm gonna switch to the pharmacy in the grocery store here in Mariposa, which is just called Pioneer Market.
I also think that the experience should be much better, right? Like CVS is supposed to be like the McDonald's of like pharmacies and stuff. I think like you should be getting a blowjob like after you get your meds, you know? Like here, have your meds. Would you like a complimentary blowjob? No, no, thank you. I'm on the run. You know what I mean? I'm going quick today or whatever.
Well,
Like
I
it's just
I agree that I'll have a better experience when I switch pharmacies. Heretofore, I've been very stubborn about it, right? I've been like, I don't want to.
well, I kind of disagree with that because I think it's a part of your negative rights, and and I think it's important. Like I've never like for as long as you live and for as long as I live, whoever lives longer, me or you, Eric. Hopefully, I live to see you when I'm very fucking old, right? But I will never ever forget the the amount of importance that negative rights has.
Yeah.
And I think like in this particular situation, like these are your negative rights. I don't think it's about being stubborn. Now, if you infringe upon others' FE, then from an FE standpoint, then you don't look so good, obviously, right?
Right. Well, the thing is,
Like,
I don't think this is about my negative right. So it's about my positive right to get my drugs, which is actually like just a legally defined civil right rather than anything else. But you might say it's a violation of everyone's negative rights to have this barrier to acquiring the drugs in general. But my concern with it is more basic than that. It's just like the fact that I'm expecting to get them on Meow Day, and I've got sort of plans built around that. Like, I'm gonna get it, and then I'm gonna clean up a bunch. I'm gonna do Meow, and then I go down there and they're not there. Then I get very upset. You know, it's like it's upsetting to me. Whether I get upset, like angry or not, is another question. But it's distressing to me. You know, sometimes I just
well,
get sad.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But let me ask you about something else. How's marriage treating you?
Oh, I mean, it's exactly the same as it was before we were married.
Yeah, of course. But like, do you feel any like sort of like responsibility or any like sort of like
I,
ulterior motive or like any
I
sort of
I
like
feel
extra like
I feel satisfaction because I know Rachel takes satisfaction in the fact that we are officially legally married, even though, and I take satisfaction in the fact that getting married and the wedding and stuff all went so smoothly and perfectly and seemed to mend all the bridges that needed mending between me and her family and her family and stuff. So I feel very satisfied by the outcomes of that. But the experience of being married feels exactly the same as as it was before we like a week before we got married. You know, it's just already knew for sure that Rachel and I were gonna be that like she'd have to try hard to leave me for it's us to not stay together. You know, because I obviously was operating under the assumption, have been for a while now, that she's the last relationship of my life. So um, that's the difference. That's like SI people like you and me get used to the way things are, and then a certain status changes doesn't necessarily matter if it doesn't impact the experience. It matters more to her. Uh,
yeah.
I think it impacts her experience more.
Well, let me ask you this, Eric, because me and you, we have a lot of experiences together, and a lot of them I hold them very close to my heart, obviously.
Yeah.
And you know that, and I've spent a lot of time talking about that in previous talks we've had and stuff. And as a friend, I see you, I see how you're doing, right? And I'm hearing and seeing the live streams and the psychosis or whatever, and or the episode or whatever. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, dude, that's badass that Eric is out there doing his thing and living his fucking life and rocking out with his cock out. But at the same time, there's also a part of me that also worries about you, Eric. Do you ever? And I'm not trying to say that that's a bad thing what you're doing. Like, you do what you want to do ultimately, right? But like, I mean, like shrooms and stuff, right? Like, fuck, dude, you've graduated on some levels, right? Like, part of it is like,
Well, I haven't done them
yeah,
since.
I worried about you.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're worrying about me, then you're probably not watching enough of my content to make those judgments. Because on balance, what you'd be hearing from me on a continual basis is how free, joyous, actualized, realized I experience life now compared to how I used to experience it.
Right, but I'm talking about like yeah, of course, like I'm gonna be honest with you, I probably tune into most of your stuff when it's like drama or something like that's crazy. That's like, whoa, what the fuck's happening with Eric nowadays, right? And part of it's time zones, part of it is just like I just don't keep up that well. But I think the point that I was trying to make was more like about on like the psychosis thing, right? Like, I understand that you probably have a great time with shrooms, you have positive benefits, etc., better life, whatever your case is. But like with the psychosis thing, like stuff like that. I mean, when that kind of shit happens, I mean, some of it's in your control, but other things aren't. And I'm just thinking about it like from like a, I mean, I don't sit here and worry, right? But I'm thinking about it from the aspect of like, do you ever
So
think
what
about
what
that?
are you
About
advising?
with that?
Well, like what exactly are you advising?
Nothing other than like I actually worried about the whole psychosis thing. I was like, man, dude, that would fucking suck if I woke up one day and Eric was like, yeah, um, I fucking OD'd because I forgot I did this and that or something. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean it was worrisome to me too. Obviously, I wasn't. It wasn't my proudest moment or anything. You know, what I can say about it is simply that it's it's on some level not that different from getting blackout drunk. You know, it's just being out of
Yeah.
control. Uh, and it was scary to me because of that equivalency exactly. It was like I thought I was done with these moments of being out of control like that I used to have when I was blackout drunk. But I mean, I haven't done any mushrooms since then. It was quite a long time ago.
I mean, another thing is that yeah, I was worried at first, but then when I saw the live stream about you talking about it afterwards, then I was like, ah, Eric's fucking chilling. Because at the same time, it ended up being more of a mistake than anything from my understanding of it. Because Vyvanse and mushrooms, like I'm not sure how that mix. Like I don't do
Well,
do
I mean, it was
mushrooms
a
or
lot.
does
It was a
jujitsu
lot of
different?
factors. It was a lot of different factors. It was a mistake I probably shouldn't have made. Except I'm such an experienced head. I just got a little careless. I hadn't had any mushrooms for a while. I took a whole half ounce at once, and and I had a very long day. It took a lot out of me. Plus, I was on a lot of Vyvanse, and shit just went off the rails. But it's not like I was in any physical danger at any point, and the solution was just a half a Klonopin away. It's regrettable that I triggered that episode, But um,
I'm gonna say that I honestly think that you are very lucky to have the mental fortitude you have, mental stamina, whatever you have, whatever you want to call it, right? Because an average person would probably not have done so well during the process and maybe even afterwards.
uh, yeah, well, I was troubled by it for quite a while afterwards, for sure. Like, I still am troubled by it. I still have like shame shivers over my engagement with the neighbors, and
It's like when you get blackout drunk and you do something really embarrassing, and then the next day you wake up or
yeah,
days after or whatever. I
exactly,
know what you mean.
exactly.
Yeah.
I maybe should have anticipated that that particular mix of circumstances and drugs
Yeah.
was going to make me the equivalent of blackout drunk without making me
Yeah.
blackout drunk, but I didn't anticipate it. Am I going to make that mistake again? Obviously not. And is it indicative of some?
No, but I mean, shit happens though, right?
Yeah, is it indicative
Shit
of
happens
some
sometimes.
propensity for like harming myself by excess? No. Yeah, shit happens.
Yeah.
It happened that time.
Something really embarrassing happened last month, actually. We were out like celebrating my birthday, and I got like absolutely twisted, shit faced, whatever you want to call it, with a couple of friends from work and stuff, and then we went to go and sing karaoke, sang Backstreet Boys, and when we were done on the microphone, I hopped on the microphone and I told everybody, mind you, we live in a very small town,
Oh God.
and that hasn't really hit me yet. So like me, I'm very vocal about shit. Like I'm very expressive and shit without thinking about that. Maybe the person I'm talking about might be like somebody's aunt or fucking nephew or whatever the fuck. So I go up there after like the song ends, and my drunk ass gets on the mic and goes, "I want to give a shout out to all my single mothers out there." And the whole fucking crowd goes wild, right? And then I get off the mic. The next day I wake up and I'm thinking, fuck, dude, I can't believe I went up there and I said that to everybody. That was so fucking weird. Like,
That's not so bad. I thought you were gonna tell me something much more embarrassing than that. Um, I gotta go outside and smoke a cigarette, Abraham. So you're just gonna have to chill in here for a second, okay?
yeah, that's fine.
I can't take you outside with me. I want to give a shout out to all the single mothers out there. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
everybody laughed at you? I mean, I would have laughed at you for sure if you said that. That's hilarious, though. Nobody's gonna think ill of you for that.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine? Abraham is in Norway, married to Susie, living in a small town in Norway. And he gets up drunk at the karaoke bar at the mic and says, I want to give a shout out to all the single mothers out there. Oh my God. Hilarious. That's just so strange. So fantastically strange. They were like, yeah. All the single ladies. Hip and hip, 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 hip. Yeah, I'm sure knowing Abraham, I know the way he said it was very much not like this. But you can picture him saying it like this, like, I want to give a shout out to all the single mothers out there. No, he didn't say it like that. he probably was like all earnest and sincere about it and being like, "Oh, I want to give a shout out to all the single mothers out there." That's funny. Abraham's like, "What's a good toast for this small Norwegian town I live in?" He's a great guy, that Abraham. I don't know what to make of his intervention regarding my mushroom episode. It's probably needlessly concerned. You know, sometimes even a careful chemist accidentally mixes some hydrochloric acid into his drink. We need more woodland cutlets. I had none for the friends today or yesterday. That's 2 days now without any woodland cutlets for them. Now, granted, giving the friends woodland cutlets makes a big mess for me to clean up, which I need to get a shop vac. Let's go back to this question of the shop vac. I need to get a shop vac, and yet still here I sit, not getting a shop vac. In fact, Rachel and I did a test of our phone's AI snooping abilities. Had a conversation, extended conversation about how I want to buy a shop vac, I need to get a shop vac, etc., to see if Google would start recommending shop vac ads at me, or pointing shop vac ads at me. But no, I've not been tempted by any such advertisement. What should I do? It seems like there's no solution. I need a shop vac. I want to get a shop vac. I should get a shop vac. I can afford a shop vac. There are tasks waiting on me attaining one. It's still. Here I sit, discussing my failure to get a shop vac. So, what's a man to do? Probably discuss his failure to get a shop vac further. Would probably be my best course of action. What does it mean to fail? Well, let's use attainment of a shop vac as an example. We position that as the metric by which success can be ascribed to something, namely the mission of attaining a shop vac. Then failure to attain one comprises failure. Now, that we've defined our terms adequately, we can begin a deeper analysis of the epistemological and ontological linkages between shop vacs, attainment, and success or failure. Naturally, our criterion for success also comprises a criterion for failure. Because it's a good criterion, right? It's a well-formed criterion. It's not just bullshit. Well, now I just get to hang out with the letter A. That's not really that interesting.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've converted from the letter A back into a living
Yeah.
man. You're a living man, Abraham. I want to congratulate you on that.
Thank you. Oh, look who's here.
Hi, Susie.
Hello.
Susan is actually here because she wants to correct you on your wrongness.
No. I don't have time for that.
Am I still the only person who calls you Susie?
Yeah, thankfully.
I mean, we haven't talked to Kimberly, so yeah, probably.
Well, I feel proud of that. Just like Chick Hearn was the only person who called Shaquille O'Neal Shaq O'Neal. Everybody else either called him Shaq or Shaquille O'Neal. But he said, no, I'm going to call him Shaq O'Neal. So, Susie, what's going on?
Not much. I guess Abraham decided this was a great idea, and now I'm here.
Are you aware that your Norwegian women's soccer team lost to Japan in the first
Oh,
elimination?
yeah. I heard they were awful.
Well, Japan was looking really good. Japan lost to Sweden though today, and I'm
Wait.
sure as Norwegians, you guys probably think we should be better than the
Yeah.
Swedes.
No, I think Norwegians and Swedes support each other um, on that scale. But another like everyday, oh, like you talk like this, oh, you're probably a fucking Swede. That type of shit, right? But like on a like international scale, Norwegians and Swedish people like definitely support each other.
So now that Norway's out of the tournament, everybody in Norway is going to root for Sweden.
I didn't even know they were out. I don't watch.
Yeah.
Oh, you're missing out. You are missing out on some high quality soccer. Today's elimination game between Sweden and Japan was riveting. Japan sadly lost. I was rooting for Japan. But the Women's World Cup is a phenomenal sporting event. Very exciting to watch. It's just the same as the Men's World Cup. Either way, they're the same exciting. Um, so, are you farming fish, Abraham?
Yeah, like so long story short, when I got to Norway, I struggled for about 5 to 6 months finding work. Probably due to like several different things or whatever, not knowing the language, several barriers,
Racism.
whatever. Racism against people with no, I don't think it's racism. I think it's more like a sizeism thing, you know.
I
But
don't think it's
anyway,
racism either. There's are you Scandinavian there or are you Nordic?
Both?
Oh, okay.
so when I started through what's called Sprach practice, and that means a language practice program, because I struggled for so long to find a job. I talked to like what their equivalent of EDD would be. Actually, their EDD is actually like more helpful. EDD, if you guys don't know what it is, it's like unemployment type of government office helps you with shit. And I started a program there that was aiming for helping me to find what's called a practice place, which is basically like an internship where I could talk to people and practice the language. And I started working at a gas station for about a week or two. Then I moved on to the fish farm, which is where one of Susan's childhood friend works. And I really like it there. And that's where I work now. I got a job there as a summer, like a temporary summer substitute. And yeah, that's where I'm at now.
So that's also like you when you started working for me, you came on and was like, I want to just like be an intern. But as soon as you start working with Abraham, you realize how useful he is. You hire him right away. So I'm sure the fish farm's happy to have you.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Like we basically like keep it short and not boring. We basically prepare the fish to where they're from eggs to where they're ready to be into the salt water. And whenever they're ready to be into the salt water, we basically sell them to a customer, which then takes them out to like one of those like what you probably see on Google, like out by the sea with like big fucking rigs out and like huge nets in the sea and that kind of thing, and they breed and do whatever the fuck with them.
So you're a fish farm nursery.
Basically,
Yeah, it's like a hatchery.
yeah.
Hmm. I see. Well, good for you. And do you eat any of the fish that you farm?
No, but if you go to your local Whole Foods, because Whole Foods buys fish from us, and because I'm not surprised because fucking Whole Foods, right? Whatever. But they buy fish from us, um, and most of that fish goes to Whole Foods in like California, Texas, Oregon, that kind of stuff.
What kind of fish is it?
So it's salmon.
Oh, will it say like
Yeah.
Norwegian salmon on it?
I'm not entirely sure what they market it as, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, like Trader Joe's does that shit. Trader Joe's right up there with one of those fancy organic superstores like Whole Foods and stuff. But I haven't gotten to try it. The fish, I signed up for like buying some of it because we get like a fat discount on like buying some of the fish, right? And you can like sign your name and like write how much fish you want, and they bring it to you like nice and cut up and stuff, so it's ready to grill or cook or whatever. So we're waiting on fish to come that we have worked with, so then I can try it.
Huh. Well, what are you doing, Susie? Just being an INTP?
Yeah,
No. I'm carrying shit care.
yeah,
I work at the pet supply store.
You work at the pet supply store?
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool. Do you? I mean, that's got to be right up your alley, you know.
Actually, let me brag a little bit here. Susan works at the pet supply store, but she does an amazing job, and at some moments leads like the local store with like the best sales numbers and stuff. And she was really great there.
Well, that's cool. I mean, she does love cats.
Yeah, I mean, she knows a lot about like animal foods and stuff. Like, I mean, like from what I know, like pet food stuff, like dog food and like cat food and stuff. I
Oh,
think that goes a long way whenever she's trying to sell stuff.
I remember we had some sort of issue with a cat at some point, or maybe it was when I was with Kimberly. I'm not sure, but Susie, like, immediately was like, "Well, you need to get this particular medicine." Like, said the exact name of it and explained why, how it would get rid of all the parasites and stuff in one dosage, and yada yada yada. It's like she knew exactly. She already knew before she started working there so much about cats because she like shows them, right? Does she, or does she not do that anymore?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
show and breed.
Show and breed.
as she shows in breed, she's like a fucking cat whisperer and shit. Like sometimes, I mean, we got plenty of cats here and stuff, and sometimes something happens with the cats, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And she's like, yeah, so and so is curious about how so and so's day went and what they had for lunch, and at this point, what they had for lunch was making them feel this way, so that's why that shit is green.
Hmm.
Like, what the fuck? She's really good at that shit.
Well, we've got two cats, and I got to tell you, they are they're as you know, it's like they're critically important to the whole affair. Is they make a couple into a family when you have cats, you know. But our two cats, we got to see two cats experience a traumatic experience, ultimately moving in two polar opposite ways. One of them took right to the new place and was perfectly happy, like I'm just so glad that experience of moving is over. I'm happy to be in this new place. The other cat was really not down, and he tried to
Yeah.
like make his way back to Arcadia uh, in the middle of a snowstorm, you know. But now he's all settled down. He's very happy here. So, you
Or
know.
is
Oh,
it,
well, that's good.
did someone find him or something?
No, no, he'd leave the house every morning when we first got here and be gone all day long, I assume, trying to find his way back to Arcadia. And then he'd come back in at the, you know, right when it was getting dark or shortly after it got dark. And he'd go out even when it was like blizzard snow. And he'd come back as it's getting dark, coming through like the snowdrift, leaping through it and stuff. But eventually he settled in, and now he's just super happy here. He's probably sleeping with Rachel in the bed right now, and he was a wild feral cat that we brought with us because he had become part of our family, even though he was from the hard streets of the cage, and he that was where he'd grown up, and it was all he knew as a place. So he was very traumatized by the move, but he's over it now. Anyway,
Oh, well, that's good.
yeah,
Well, that's good.
and we really like having our cats, even though there's a limitation. There are limitations implicit to having cats. You can't go away for very long, and you have to clean the litter box sometimes, and little things like that. But it's totally worth it.
Yeah, Abraham has become a crazy cat man.
That's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's pretty nice. Cats.
any other big news from the Norway front?
Um, Susan's brother is having another baby that's coming on the way. Other
Really?
than that, yeah, other than that, I mean, it's been pretty warm here. I mean, normally it's cold as fuck here, which is like something I really have to get used to because normally my sack is like on the lower end and like now I have to get used to it being in my stomach and shit. So yeah,
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 well, it is Norway.
yeah.
It's not that bad.
It
It's pretty fun. It gets pretty fucking cold.
it gets relatively cold here, but during the summer it certainly isn't getting cold. Like right now it's 85 outside.
I think the heat is worse.
Yeah, well, that's why we had such an expensive electricity bill last month because we ran the air conditioning so much. And PG&E is terrible. They're much
I mean,
worse than Southern California Edison.
I'm gonna say that I've experienced both very, very hot weather. Not even in Cali and Mexicali, where it was like fucking 115, humid and hot. And I've experienced cold weather here. Maybe not like fucking cold as shit to the point where like your fucking buggers freeze or whatever. But I mean, I would probably do better in hotter weather. I think.
Hmm. Well, ideally, you'd be in weather that's exactly the perfect temperature all the time. But that's just a pipe dream that none of us will ever achieve.
I don't remember if I told you, Eric, but like the only place I ever experienced racism was in America.
Who
Like
was
I didn't really notice anything over here.
who was race? I was joking when I said that. I assumed that the Scandinavians are the furthest thing in the world from racist.
Nah, they're just naive.
Norway's just sane compared to like Sweden as far as immigration policies, but they're certainly not racist. Uh, you know, I did not know that there were people in America who were racist against Norwegians. I
Well,
have.
they are if you're with a brown person.
You were the brown person that were racist against Norwegians. Hmm.
Yeah, you were married to a brown person at one point. Like, ooh, nasty, nasty, nasty looks.
I mean, I guess I didn't really notice.
Well, I mean, let me just say this. Let me just say this. It doesn't help that I'm like a really, I mean, I'm a big person, and Susan, I think is a small person, and like next to each other, we're like a little bit, different from that aspect. And of course, her skin color, like yeah, like it may not be like racism, but also like Susan is pale. She's like Guppy. Like she's fucking see-through, right? And I'm like pretty brown, so it's like it could be racism, it could not be racism. I mean, there's a lot of differences that me and Susan have.
Yeah, that's true. I've had people mistake Rachel for my daughter before.
Oh, fuck.
Or do this one. You and your.
But isn't the age differences the same?
At 14 years.
Or almost? There's 12.
Yeah, depending on the time of year, it's either 13 or 14 years. Um, but I look older than my age, and she looks younger than her age. So people,
And we have the other way around.
yeah, that's true. So you guys are fine. You guys don't get to experience that. But like also as a YouTuber, that was an angle at which people would hate on me, try to hate on me, accuse me of cradle robbing. And I'd be like, she's
Oh yeah,
36.
people said that to me too. People
Oh,
said that to me too.
that's bullshit.
Well,
That's bullshit.
I get a lot of haters who just want to be spiteful and shit on me, take me down a notch or whatever, and they'll go for whatever attack they think is gonna work. And regarding that one, it always backfired on them because when they heard how old she actually was, they'd be like, "Oh." Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up here in the meat room, okay? Because
Yeah, that's cool.
Alright.
I'm feeling too constrained in this area. Like I want to move
It's all
around
good.
more. So nice,
So Eric,
very nice chatting
Eric,
with you guys,
take
though. Yeah,
Eric,
what's
take
up?
care of yourself. Be safe. I know you're a smart man, and I'm very happy to have catched up with you a little bit, and we'll keep in touch, man.
Yeah, cool. I appreciate you saying put a Google Meet link. It's nice chatting with you. Thanks for suggesting it, and nice chatting with you too, Susie. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Well, there's Abraham and Susie. That was interesting. He's, I think he's concerned about my well-being unnecessarily, but I get it. I invite that sort of critique when I fail to handle my drugs well. So, yeah, I'm little little mushroom shy at the moment. Let me get my beverage. So that's pretty cool that Abraham works as a fish farmer in Norway, land of fjords. He's a cool guy. I like him. I like Susie and him together. They're a good couple. They're a TWFP success story. And, you too, by the power of talking with famous people, can begin a new life in the exotic country of Norway. I'm not sure if there are any other single Norwegians around the channel, actually, but where there's one, there's got to be more. That's what they say. They're wrong to say that, but they do say that. I'm so covered in cat hair. It makes me feel like I work at a pet supply store. Isn't that strange that my assistant coach for autonomy debate, Abraham, my right-hand man, that he ended up like kind of, I guess, getting in a relationship remotely first almost with Susie. Waited a long time. They finally met up for the first time, and then she went back to Norway, and then they were apart for years, and she'd come back and they'd be together for a little while, and then COVID happened, which delayed his going to Norway, and then finally they went to Norway, and he went to Norway and got married, and or maybe they got married before they went to Norway, I'm not sure. And then he went there, moved there, and now he's got a job, and he's living and working there with his Norwegian wife. Isn't that weird? The funny thing is, everybody but everybody hit on Susie and tried to get in Susie's pants. But Susie was not having it from anybody until Abraham. If you were to have lined up all the suitors in a line and said, which one of these people is going to successfully woo Susie? You wouldn't have guessed that it was Abraham, who was 12 years younger than Susie. But it was Abraham, because he had the skills to pay the bills. He had the key of patience to unlock her pants. And now, he's made her his lawfully wedded wife. To have, hold, and whatever else, people do. Might skip in unison together. They might fist bump. A lot of possible verbs. You know the old saying, the family that Norways together stays together. So I think Abraham and Susie are rock solid as a couple. Abraham and Susie are the best example I can think of duality working as it should work between two judging types. INTP, ESFJ is a better relationship fundamentally than ISFJ, ENTP. As a romantic partnership, not necessarily in other capacities. And the reason the season is so pleasing can be found in the teasing. Teasing what? Teasing your hair. And so that it's more alluring. Make yourself look at least 30% more coquettish than you currently look, and you'll see immediate results. Since I started teasing my hair more, viewership has gone way up. Turns out that the only thing that was holding me back was the paucity I experienced in the areas both of body and sheen. That explains the slew of comments I've received over the years saying things like, not enough sheen. And with this little body, no thanks. I misunderstood the whole time. I thought they were talking about Martin Sheen and my physical body. I said, well, I can't really get much fatter than this. He wanted it. He made it happen. And he got what he wanted. Now he's got Susie all locked up as his wife. You know, he was always smitten with you, Susie. Right from the get-go, he was clearly head over heels, as they say. Hut. In Norway, people live in huts. And they eat legumes from the shores of the fjords. These are the ways of Norway. Norwegians inherently view with a certain skepticism any word that doesn't begin with the letters FJ. They spend a good portion of their lives in, at, or around, or thinking about the fjords. Except for a few sane Norwegians with authority, everything in the country would be named fjord hyphen something. That's how obsessed the Norwegians are with their fjords. All their sports teams, their mascot is the fjord. And anytime you ask any Norwegian, what's your favorite kind of land formation? Before you even get the question out of your mouth, they say fjord. Magnus and Liz got married? I don't know who Liz is. Magnus, is Liz that ESFP woman or whatever? She got married to Magnus and she moved to Denmark? Is Liz that Liz that very like, well, I mean, I don't remember way back then, that clearly. Was she that lady who was like, here's how you like hit on a guy. You go up to him and just get right up in his ear and you go, something like that. Canadian sassy Liz. Oh, so she married Magnus and moved to Denmark. I think she's an ESFP in retrospect, but or ENFJ. Yeah, ENFJ is very possible too. ENFJ for her is possible as well. But I didn't know typology very well back then, Susie. I was wrong about a lot of things. Yeah, she was cool though. She was fun. I liked her. So there's 3 married couples from Talking with Famous People? I mean, somebody might argue that I shouldn't count. My marriage shouldn't count as a Talking with Famous People marriage. But it's the most Talking with Famous People marriage of all, really. I would prefer authenticity more in most situations. Braddock Thacker, Braddock Thacker. We can go generally about it. Oh, I see. Let's see. What kind of questions did you ask? I don't know. I think that's how duels work best when it's between judges. Because they're both judges. Duality with perceivers, well, they're both perceivers, but they're not both like the values don't match up in the same way. FETIing with Liz Berry Casual and David the Blanky. I don't care. That's fine. I I'm sure it contains wrong information in it, but also that's not why we're interested in it anyway. Just so we can see who Liz is. Yeah. I wonder whatever happened to Ken Combs. He was of that era as well. He was cool. I liked him. He reminded me of like he reminded me of like a cartoon character who's a kid in the cartoon, but they have an episode where they're older and they're adults now. He was like prematurely balding. He looked older than he was in some sense. He looked kind of like an old insurance salesman, but he was like 24 or something. He was cool. I liked him a lot. Well, um, if anybody has any interesting questions, things they want to hear me talk about, go ahead and throw it out there. Oh yeah, Barry. Barry was with Lightbulb for a while, huh? Ken Combs is not an ISTP. Oh my God. That is insane to think that Ken Combs is an ISTP. Completely insane. Well, it's good to see that he was around as recently as 2020. Good for him. So, if anybody has any questions, thoughts, yeah. That's not a 6-year-old debate. It says July 2020. That'd be 3 years old. I'm not going to watch that. If nobody has any particular topics they'd like to hear discussed by me and or questions they'd like to hear answered, I mean, that's one of the harder typology distinctions to make definitively. For me, anyway, as FI polar person, I don't have a lot of good FI questions, but and INFPs can do very well on the TI questions. Uh, I mean, what I would do if I were trying to make the distinction is I'd look to see how much you engage in FEQing. An FE person, who, FE front stack, or let's just say this: FE fifths doesn't do what FE front stack people do to some extent, which is cue you as you're talking. Like if I'm talking to you right now and you're an FE person, you'll be going, give me indications that you're hearing me, processing the information, not disagreeing with it, or maybe having some questions about it, in some way conveying information to me with your body language, face, etc., that tells me how I'm doing. INFPs don't really do that at all. It's one of their distinguishing characteristics. FE fifth, I'm assuming, means ISFPs probably don't do it very much either, but I've noticed it more in INFPs. So I guess reflect on the extent to which you do that. Pay attention to yourself for a while and see how much you can pay attention to you doing that. If your FE is ignoring fifth slot, you should be able to make notice of whether or not you're cueing people when you're engaged in a conversation with them, especially face to face. If your FE is fourth, it shouldn't be difficult at all, really. But you'll probably consciously be aware of your failures in that area. Like, I know I should cue people more, look people in the eyes when I'm talking to them, but I don't. Whereas, like, FI Dom's never going to be diagnosed as autistic spectrum. INTP will, because INTP has a self-consciousness about their own FE deficits because it's conscious, right? Whereas INFPs, even though they don't do much active cueing. I'm talking about when you're in the same physical space talking to them, okay? Like when I'm typing an INFP, they're not giving me cues that I can read that indicate to me whether they think I'm doing a good job or a bad job. They will give natural FI responses. So if I make a joke that makes them laugh, they'll laugh, and I'll have information that way. But even then, I think INFPs they're very aware of their emotions and therefore have a lot more conscious choices to be made about how much they display them, and probably are fairly practiced at not displaying them. My experience of INFPs as my supervisor type is that when I type them, at the end of it, I feel unsettled because I don't know whether they think I did a good job or not. because they're not thinking about it from that perspective at all. They're thinking about it from the perspective of how they just walked this very tricky, obstacle filled course that that had potentially lots of emotionally triggering reality to it, which they probably emotionally prepared for, and they're not thinking about whether Eric thinks he did a good enough job, because they're just operating under the assumption that I'm the expert, I know what I'm doing, and they don't need to worry about me. They're thinking about their own emotional engagement with this process that is, yeah, tightrope would be a better expression there. Thank you, Winston's mom. Um, they're dealing with the ontologically thorny reality that's in front of them, and the high resolution subjective ways of SI and FI, which leaves them no room to be considering whether Eric's feels like he did a good enough job or not, you know. Well, the online tests are not a good way to type yourself. Even if your online tests come up mostly ISP and sometimes INFP, you might not be either. You might be an ISFP, you could be an ISTJ. You know, this online tests are really skewed heavily towards over typing people as intuitives. Have I ever golfed? Yeah, I used to golf when I was a kid with my dad at the Arcadia 3 Par. My dad was a big believer in activities, you know. So he took me golfing. I was not good at it. I didn't dislike it exactly. You know, as activities went, I thought it was pretty cool, I guess. And then I also golfed when I was a kid in Hawaii. When we go to Hawaii, we go to the golf courses there sometimes. And in fact, a story from when I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years old or something, where my parents let me drive the golf cart and I drove it into the lake. But then outside of my parents and me golfing, because we used to go to the driving range occasionally too. There was a driving range up in Mammoth that we went to sometimes, or maybe it was just like a hill where you could just hit shit into the woods. I don't know. And on my own as an adult, I think I went golfing one time with some friends. But what I did get into was disc golf. For it was a while when I was really into disc golf. I'd go play disc golf like every day. I'd go early in the morning out to Oak Grove and play that course before going to work and shit, you know. Because at first I started like getting better right away, you know, and then I hit like this wall where I just continued sucking, and eventually I got tired of it. It's also hard on your arm if you don't play a lot anyway. You know, after you play one round of disc golf, your elbow and this muscle here are both like super sore. And when you play a lot, then you get your muscles a little bit more used to it. It's like skiing. You never forget how to ski. Like I learned how to ski when I was very young. And I've gone skiing on multiple occasions as an adult too. But most recently probably when Delilah was in middle school, so quite a long time ago. I skied a lot when I was a little kid, so I know how to ski. My muscle memory for how to ski is foundational because I learned it really young. But my muscles haven't kept up with it at all. So when I go skiing, I ski fine, but also, like the next day, I can barely walk. My muscles are so sore. Nevertheless, I would like to go skiing this upcoming year. It'll be an activity that probably have to do by myself unless I get Delilah to go skiing with me, because I know Rachel is not going to go skiing, which is totally fine. You know, I could go by myself, would be fine too. Make some videos, ski for half a day. You know, spend one night in Mammoth, or maybe 2 nights. Because, you know, the thing is, getting over to Mammoth is quite an ordeal during the winter time. The Tioga Pass is obviously closed. Tioga Pass crosses the Sierra Nevadas, basically from where Yosemite is, where we are, to the eastern side of the Sierras, where Mammoth is. They're basically on the same north-south line. So, I mean, you know, east-west line, but what I mean is they're on the same line going east-west, meaning they're the same amount north-south. Anyway, so you can't take the Tioga Pass during the winter. And you have to go around this long way. It takes like 8 or 9 hours to get there or something, even though it's by, as the crow flies, not very far from us. It's just over those huge mountains. I would like to drive the Tioga Pass at some point. This year it was closed as recently as late last month. Still closed because it was such a snowy winter. And the Tioga Pass gets way up there in elevation. Like Mammoth Mountain is quite high, in fact. And that's just a ski resort. The top of Mammoth Mountain is 11,000 some odd feet. And I think the Sierras have quite a few areas that top that are above that, you know. So you're talking pretty high elevation at that point. Like you can feel the thin air at the top of Mammoth Mountain. You can tell, like, oh, I gotta breathe extra. I gotta extra breathe, doctor says. And he says I need to take at least 4 times as many breaths. Hi, little lizard. I hope you survived my cats. I wish my cats didn't kill things. But there's no way to stop it without forcing something on my cats that they don't want, like a bell around their neck or something. My cats don't want any collars. They're not slaves. I just wish they weren't murdered. They probably say, well, you eat all that chicken and beef. Like, but those animals are supposed to be eaten. That's what they're for. Not lizards. You're not naked and afraid. So you shouldn't be eating lizards. You don't even eat them. You just kill them and say, look, here's a corpse for you. Were you saying you wanted a carcass or something? Because I got one right here for you. This time it's an adorable baby quail. That's just what you wanted to cheer up your morning, right? Was to have us bring in the house, torture and kill this baby quail. Well, the thing is, I take solace in the fact that despite their murderous ways, they there are still plenty of lizards around. The one I saw one today that had no tail on it. I'm assuming the cats must have gotten its tail. Uh, that sounds not like a bad idea, Moonfei. That's like a pretty good idea. Okay, this is a good question. I will answer this question for sure from Rahul Sharma, who says, "Hello, Eric. I also smoke a lot. Is smoking really cancerous, or is it a myth? Share some facts about smoking." Yes, it increases your chances of lung cancer um, by about 15, no, by about 150% over somebody who's never smoked. But despite that fact, the chances of you getting lung cancer from smoking, or the chances of you being a smoker who gets lung cancer, are only 1 in 312 or something like that. So the odds that you will get lung cancer from smoking are about 0.3%. That's assuming that everybody who gets lung cancer and smokes got lung cancer because they smoked. Since the rate of lung cancer in non-smokers is about 1 in 10,000, you'd have to factor that in as well. And also consider other potential environmental factors that could be responsible for lung cancer that are concurrent with smoking, but it's not actually the smoking that causes it. I mean, if you consider all that stuff in, you probably have about a 1 in 500 chance of getting lung cancer. The thing is, the public service announcements regarding the subject are very misleading because they always frame it in terms of increased likelihood rather than overall likelihood. No, not a dumb question at all. It's a very worthwhile question because, for example, the studies on secondhand smoke are extremely politically motivated, and the linkages they establish between health harms and secondhand smoke are very weak. For example, they're so weak that the with in with a study of children who grew up with parents who smoked in the home around them. In other words, they were raised in a smoke-filled environment. The statistically significant increased risk for asthma is the same as the statistically significant decreased risk for lung cancer. What? So it's important to remember that sometimes a linkage can be established as a statistically significant correlation and not necessarily represent anything other than the limited number of parties you can get to participate in the study, you know? Pets can suffer from smoking as well. I would assume that they could suffer from it, possibly, but you know, I have never made an effort not to smoke around them. I don't smoke in the house, so if they're in the house, I don't smoke around them. If I'm in the garage and I'm smoking, and the cat comes in the garage, obviously I'm not going to put my cigarette out. As you are older than me, what effects have you felt from smoking with age? Uh, Obviously, I'm not very well in shape at the moment. I haven't done much exercise in recent years. And so I get winded relatively easily compared to how I used to get winded. It's hard to say how much of that is from smoking. Um, I I still have an excellent lung capacity, and I mean it's like I don't really feel any reduced effectiveness in my lungs overall. Like you see, my lung capacity is enormous. It depends what you mean by superpower. I would say, from my perspective, the real superpower functions are TE and SE. That's how you. I mean, I'm not sure what the bad effects of smoking are. If I smoke too many cigarettes, I might get a headache or something, but I don't smoke too many cigarettes. I smoke about a pack a day, and I'll mostly always have for as long as I smoke. But it ends up being about a pack a day. It's not like I try to make it that. Um, well, in terms of superpower, TE and SE are are outcome oriented functions. TE figures out how to get what you want, goal wise, or how to solve a certain problem. SE executes the necessary steps to attain that outcome. To me, that feels like a superpower because those are deficit areas for me. In terms of magicalness, well, it's like expert intuition in some instances can seem the most magical because you can watch somebody spit very effectively over long stretches of time out of apparently nothing, you know? Like I had a video where I freestyle rapped about MBTI for 3 or 4 hours straight or something. I don't remember. That would be something that might to other types be like, how in the world could anybody do that? Or there have been occasions when I might be nailing some freestyled songs and they're coming out good and yeah. That might seem kind of magical too because I'm making up chords, melody, words all at the same time off the cuff of my head. The answer is no, Kira. Eric, are you interested in trading or stock market? Are you ever into it? No, I'm not interested in that. What type is best for day trading? I'm not sure. Probably INTJs, maybe ESTJs. Uh, Although ESTJs are more likely to invest more long term. Why is fun not bad? Because boring is bad. And it occupies that bad parking space, which means fun must be good. There's your answer, Kira. There's the answer you were seeking. The answer that will help you live the rest of your life in peace, serenity, and joy. You'll realize one morning you'll wake up and be like, ever since I learned that fun is good, my life has taken off like a California condor soaring into the sky. Your typologist means you're a very analytical person. How come you aren't interested in stock markets? Because that's the other kind of logic. Um, Things that have their own particularist logic, like the stock market, which operates according to its own logic, which is predicated on companies having actual value linking to their public, mostly to their public profit documentation things that they do, quarterly profits and whatnot. Like that, the value of a company links to that. The value of the stock links to the value of the company, and that you can reliably anticipate the stock market is going to go up broadly as long as no big dramatic bad things happen that cause it to crash or whatever, etc. That's its own unique logic. That's a TE kind of logic. What somebody called business logic. I'm not that kind of logical. In other words, I don't like figuring out how to work a particular system in order to get a particular result. That to me is boring and hard. I'm the other kind of logical, universal logic, namely whether things are legitimate, correct, or incorrect, things that validate according to verbal reasoning and the use of language, and whether people are justifying adequately and uh, not contradicting themselves, etc. So my kind of analysis is negationary. It's the right kind of analysis for typology because well, I think that if it's bad fun, then it's not really fun. It's some other kind of, well, yeah, okay. Bad fun is worse than bored. Okay, there is bad fun. Like, I was getting to the point where I liked going and yelling at people in stores and stuff because they weren't facilitating me enough. And that wasn't historically the case, but was developing the taste for it. That would be bad fun. Well, you may products that core have the kind of TE business logic, which is definitely a form of logic. It's a form of objective logic in the sense that the data you're dealing with is always objective. Um, but, you know, TE is a way of doing something with a logic rather than of doing something concrete with a logic, whereas TI is a way of doing something uh, abstractly with a logic. So TI represents an objective or disinterested calculus, whereas TE involves that regarding the specifics of the system in which it's engaging. In other words, you can't engage in wishful thinking and pretend that this wrong size screw is the right size and have the thing actually be fixed, right? So in that regard, you have to be objective and disinterested about what the facts in front of you are saying regarding your attempted outcome and how to get there. But you have to remain within an interested frame of knowing what you want to attain or what your attempted outcome is, as what what cascades down into afford statuses of relevancy, essentially. Like if if you don't keep in mind that you're just trying to get this to work for the next hour because somebody important's coming, and you go, I have my general rule of trying to fix this right, well, then you're going to have bad TE, even if that general rule is generally true, even if it's true that fixing it right is better than fixing it half-assedly. Your priority is to have it not appear broken for the duration of this important person's visit who's arriving in 30 minutes, and you have a half-assed solution that's going to make it not appear broken. You should prioritize that one, right? So in that regard, it's always within a subjective frame. Namely, you can't have TE at all without knowing what you want first. In contrast, TI is always in an objective frame. You can't do it correctly by knowing what you want first. You have to evaluate things on their merits and determine statuses about them according to those merits as word objects of analysis. Let's see. Eric, in your public, are you a very social person and can make everyone admire you, or you don't get along well with most people and don't care about most people? When I'm out in the world, I'm not especially social. Like I don't start up conversations with strangers or anything. And I'm not especially talkative. Rachel and I will often sit together in silence. I don't display very much as an extrovert nowadays when I'm out in the world, unless I'm, you know, unless I am rolling on something, If I'm on mushrooms and Adderall or whatever, then I might be a little bit more big personality. But by and large, my FE third has matured sufficiently that I take advantage of the FE presence, FE safety and potential rewards of an introvert's affect. But I do get along well with most people I encounter. I don't encounter, you know, chafing between me and them in any way. And I also don't care about most people in the sense that no matter how pleasant our engagement, I'm likely to forget about it fairly quickly. If it makes an impression on me, I'm likely to talk about it on the live stream and then probably forget about it fairly quickly. I'm asking because I feel you can balance with most people because of your typology. I don't use my typology information particularly to engage with people at all. Sometimes I'll note this person is meh. There may be an underlying increased capacity to not be emotionally triggered by certain kinds of wrongnesses that are actually just projections of function biases other than my own, right? Because I understand why it's occurring rather than just being like, what's wrong with this person? But by and large, I don't actively employ typology knowledge in engaging with individuals on any kind of regular basis. Okay, so it that might be the case in conceptually, Braddock, that one can conceive of somebody with a lot of understanding of how people pay attention, utilizing that information to make decisions about how they engage with those people. And I probably could do that. I just don't because I don't really care. I'm not trying to accomplish anything with my engagements except just having a pleasant engagement. Why are the U.S. government letting that alien man speak? So, Kiera, are you talking about the retired CIA guy saying that 2027 is going to be the big reveal or something? I mean, it stinks to high heaven to me. Retired CIA agent is another word for CIA agent whose identity we're going to make public. Because we've decided that that's his role as a CIA agent is to play the role of retired CIA agent who's revealing information and gets credibility because he's been in the CIA for a while and is purportedly speaking as a private citizen now, taking advantage of his increased capacity to speak his mind freely, yada yada yada. That all smells stinkily of InfoWar to me. Like, it's such an information campaign. I just do not believe this alien stuff. I Google News, search it like every other day practically, looking for information. Well, not that often, but fairly often. And I have not seen or heard anything that I would call conclusive. Oh, yes, you've got to come over here and chat. You've got to say, Pratik, come here. You've got to chat with me. Come, have some naan. Is that how it is at your house, Pratik? Pratik, come and chat with your uncle, Johannestan. Whatever the name is. I mean, why didn't the CIA just kill him off? Kill who off? You mean the retired CIA agent? Well, because it's like I said, it's like he's not really a retired CIA agent. He's a CIA agent whose job now is to be a retired CIA agent, and speak his script. Why does he have a platform? Because the CIA wants him to. He's got immediate credibility because of his credentials. He's an insider who's in the know about well, I'm not sure. Okay, you're jumping ahead in the questions here, Kiera. My point is that aliens are nonsense. There are no aliens. Your point is, well, then why is this guy from the CIA coming out and saying that there are and there's going to be a big reveal? Why is this other guy from intelligence agencies, David Grush going being a whistleblower without any actual evidence. Why is all that stuff happening? Well, it appears to be part of an information campaign of some sort. But globalization conspiracy doesn't mean anything. Like, whatever the motives, you know, okay, so Reagan said we need aliens as an external threat. I don't know if that's true or not, but let's assume it is. Then you've got, what if they're just a globalization conspiracy? Well, those two things are different reasons for possibly an information campaign. One of them is an actual reason called we need them as an external threat. The other one references an actual reason, which would be we're pushing a globalization agenda that tries to centralize government into a single one world government body without the problem with that idea is there's no good reason to think that the appearance of aliens will make somehow more plausible, possible, easy, doable the notion of getting the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, the North Koreans, and everybody else to each give up their national sovereignty without a fight to some other humans, presumably, that aren't from their nation. So it's like, who's going to be this council of elders who's the global government? Let's say it's got 12 people on it. Well, even if you make sure no nation is represented twice, most nations aren't represented at all. So the thing is, that's presuming you've got a representative kind of attitude towards the thing rather than an authoritarian one. An authoritarian frame of reference would see either China or Russia, or the two of them in conjunction, assault all institutions of accountability and democracy in their imperialist, totalitarian minded, or at least authoritarian, I guess is probably a better word for both those places, authoritarian minded global miscreants should get their way and subjugate everybody else. Regardless of that, there's endless human history of sovereignty being seized, sustained, or failed to sustain. No, of course not. I'm not in favor of giving up national sovereignty, obviously. America should not give up its national sovereignty. America should make decisions for America, and other places should make decisions for themselves. Because as an American, my countrymen are my fellow Americans. And we presumably share to some extent certain values implicit to a free and civil society. In contrast, the people in Egypt had some huge protest in which they wanted the U.S. to deport a filmmaker to their country to be put to death because he offended them with his anti-Muhammad video. So, obviously, we're not the same nation. Here, we find that notion hopefully appalling, right? And they do not find it appalling. Would I run for global government if I had to? How could I have to? I mean, you're skipping many steps in this process, Kiera. before I would ever even dream of, I mean, it's not. I do not have enough life left to ever conceivably participate in any global government movement. Like I'd have to have been born in the future when it's already happened, and um, and be have it be normalized for me to be okay with that. Obviously, I would fight hard for preservation of American sovereignty. I'm an American patriot. I'm not going to say, oh, let's give up our country to these other people who are even stupider than we are. I mean, the thing is, the hypothetical needs specifics to be answered. If it's already upon us, does that mean we're imagining a completely new world in which it's been upon us for a while, and there's the UN's in charge of everything, and there is no more American Congress, judicial system, whatever. It's just global whatevers. I mean, I'm 52 years old. Obviously, there's no way I'd participate in that global government after the revolution that caused that to happen, in which I'd be fighting on the other side. If I were cryogenically frozen and woke up in the future, would I participate in a global world government? Well, yeah, sure. If I woke up in the future and there was a global world government, well, if I could participate in it, then that automatically begins to validate it because it suggests that it's some sort of representative system that allows individual citizens to participate as they see fit, you know? So, in that regard, I would say, yeah, sure, I'd try to participate in it. And I would do the best I could in within the frame of that global government's legal framework, and within equivalently my own set of moral absolutes, you know. My grandpa was cryogenically frozen, but they got it backwards. They froze his body and threw the head away. So, we've been looking for a replacement head ever since. We said, well, just keep the body because we're thinking maybe if we get a replacement head and we sew it back on and then warm him up, then let him wake up a little bit, remember who he is, get used to his new head, then we could kill him again, cut his head off, and freeze that head, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's the same guy. Would I be Maverick? I mean, it would entirely depend on how how that government looked, right? If that global government was somehow this perfectly transparent, authentic expression of and perfect blend of uh, prioritizing those actually most capable, meritocracy, and prioritizing the will of the people, democracy, uh, in a way that was justice minded, then sure, I'd be all on board with it and I wouldn't be a maverick at all. To the extent that I'm a maverick in the status quo, and this is going to be true for every status quo until we end in some idyllic super world of the future, um, there's plenty to deal with. It's imperfect enough that I'm going to come across as a maverick because my clarity regarding how things ought to be is going to run in stark contrast to the reality of how things are. And because like norms don't keep up with argumentational correctness, they lag quite some distance behind. Um, I'm obviously going to run into some curve surfing problems as somebody who's argumentationally out front on the timeline. The good news is good arguments ultimately do seem to win the day, even though sometimes it may take decades for them to do so. Uh, well, self-reporting regarding things like whether or not you're organized is tricky because it's compared against whom, right? Compared against what? Are you correctly comparing against uh, uh, an average amount of organization? Are you comparing against your own ideal of how well organized you should be? Those kind of self-reporting answers aren't really very reliable. Give me the utopian dystopia scenarios. Well, the utopian scenario probably begins with me being elected president and putting out into the public narrative with the force implicit in having the bully pulpit, being president of the United States of America, putting into the public discourse all the things I'm saying now, and raising the level of the public discourse, making stupidity embarrassing again for the first time without stopping forever. Making stupidity in making stupidity regarding politics embarrassing. That's what needs to happen most of all in America, first of all. And I have good reason to think that were I to attain the presidency, I could have a substantial amount of impact on how people talk about politics. I'd arm the general populace with the argument you're being childish regarding certain kinds of platypusing, whatever, and various other arguments that would empower people to say, you know, that kind of discourse does us all a disservice. You're not being a patriotic American by fixating on how much you dislike the other half of the Americans, right? That's not a good way to be a patriotic American. So, I think that there's a genuine unity amongst Americans that bears no resemblance to the culture war rhetoric that predominates any kind of semblance of political discussion, and that with the right kind of words, or the right words, successful appeals can be made to that unity and to people's common sense about waking up and being, waking up to the fact that, look, we can't, nobody's interests are served by engaging in this, like, it's kind of like a form of emotional gambling, getting really invested into one team or the other, and getting off on, like, emotionally masturbating on outrage over wrongdoings and of people who need to be blamed. This fixation on blaming, complaining, but not explaining, right? I don't want to hear anybody who's interested in blaming and complaining without explaining. And additionally, people who are explaining but providing no possible solution, merely lamenting, whoa, the world is broken, These are all the reasons why there's no way to fix it. There's no reason, no way you could ever be president there because of all these ways that it's fixed, it's rigged, and blah, 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 blah. They will stop you, etc. All of that stuff. We all need to stop being childish. If that is the case, we're going to get nowhere by unveiling the truth, by spewing more of our clearly emotionally motivated rhetoric. The only thing we can do is test that reality and find out. Let's all unify behind me and my candidacy because I'm one who's genuinely speaking towards real unity. I'm not saying we should agree with each other, and I'm not saying in some whatever issue somebody's not correct and somebody's not incorrect. Yeah, someone is correct about that and someone is not correct about that. I'm saying if you're engaging politically, then make sure you know what you're doing in terms of, say, the job of the person you're voting for. The president's job is not to propose legislation. If you're looking to your president to be in favor of adopting certain kind of legislation and you're voting on that, you should not be voting at all. If you're voting in this upcoming election, in a federal election, on the issue of abortion, you should not be voting at all. Because the Supreme Court has already ruled that it's a state's matter. It's a matter for the states in overturning Roe v. Wade. So the federal official whom you are voting for has no capacity to make any legislation, any constitutional legislation regarding the matter whatsoever. So regardless of whether they're a legislator, a president, a senator or a congressman or whatever you're voting for, if it's a federal office, and you're voting because they promised to fight hard for abortion rights, then you should not be voting at all because you do not understand the scope of the powers of the person for whom you're voting, and you might as well say I'm voting for them because they promise to to have more swim parties for the Congress. Well, even if that's important to you, that they have more swim parties for the Congress, they don't get to just say how many swim parties there are. And it's not within Congress's power to legislate compulsory attendance to swim parties. What do you think of folks who say it's my truth? I think that's another way of saying this thing I'm saying is bullshit. No, they don't have a state portion as well. When you're voting for a given office, Moonfei, like president, for example, that's a federal office. If you're voting for president based on his stance on abortion, you shouldn't vote at all because after Roe v. Wade is overturned, the federal government has no jurisdictional authority over the matter. It's been officially declared a state's issue. The only conceivable way that you could vote in that regard would be to be voting in some way that you hope is going to attain Supreme Court justices to replace the existing ones who are going to overturn their existing thing. Okay, well, yes, there are other things on there. I'm talking about if you vote for a federal office based on a stance on an issue that's not within federal jurisdiction. Like, let's say I'm going to vote for Joe Smith for senator because I like his stance on Indian gaming. Well, that's not a federal matter. So if he's running for senator, don't vote for him on Indian gaming. because he doesn't have any jurisdictional authority on it. So if you're going to pick an issue to vote for somebody on, at least pick one that's appropriate for the office that they're running for, right? The problem is we've got this plague of wedge issues, and you're never going to get people to stop thinking wedge issues are super very important and that they're correct about them, right? But you might get them to go, okay, since this office has no authority over this matter, I guess there's no reason to vote based on this issue for this office, right? It seems to me maybe a possible strategy to getting people to be a little bit more rational about their political engagement. Because those wedge issues, by and large, there's no specific legislation that's at hand that people should be particularly like up in arms about either way, right? A lot of the same kind of stock wedge issues are dragged out, and a lot of them are just culture war things that don't actually link to any kind of legislation. Like I remember reading something that said today, meow meow meow, opposing rights for gays and lesbians. And I was like, I didn't read the article, but I thought, I don't I don't think anybody's really at this point opposing rights for gays and lesbians. Like, I bet that's referring to something, some sort of bill, but it's being framed very politically out front in terms of the conclusion they want you to have about it, right? But I have I have no idea. When I read that, I thought, like, what can they possibly be referring to? Because like, it could be as simple as this person has voiced in the past that they're opposed to gay marriage. Well, you could be opposed to gay marriage without being opposed to gay people's rights. And in fact, I would say if you're opposed to gay marriage, that means you're not evaluating it from a rights perspective at all. You're saying, it's married isn't two people who love each other committing to be with each other for the rest of their life. It's a man and a lady loving each other and committing to each other for the rest of their life. Anybody's allowed to do that. Gay people can do that. A gay man can marry a lady. That's fine. So the thing is, that's not technically about rights. What makes it about rights is it's a civil rights issue of equal protection under the law, because the government for some reason has gotten involved in this issue of marriage. So, it's like, it's not enough to just have a ceremony and get married. If you don't fill out some paperwork, you're not legally married, right? So anyway, this is what I've been doing. I made this fancy ring on my finger. So obviously, gay people should have just as much capacity to marry legally as straight people, and there's no way around that argument. Equal protection under the law means legally gay marriage is a foregone conclusion. There's no way, obstacles to it can withstand scrutiny over time. But that doesn't mean that person opposes rights for gays and lesbians. That's too expansive a conclusion to make from the fact that they oppose gay marriage. They could just be like reflexive traditionalists. I don't know. I mean, at least put it this way: opposes gay rights instead of rights. You know, if that's the case, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I didn't read the thing. In Roe decision, Justice Clarence Thomas invites new legal challenges to contraception and the same-sex marriage rights, but they won't. But they won't. That that will not be. Those won't be overturned, right? Now, if those rulings were determined on the grounds of a right to privacy, then he's right to invite those new legal challenges. They should be overturned on those grounds, but they don't have to be struck down. They can be upheld as laws on different grounds. So that's the point. They should be upheld on different grounds because you don't want to have legal decisions predicated on bad reasoning, as Roe v. Wade was. Why not? Because any bad reasoning is contagious until the first one of its pyramid falls, and then the whole thing collapses, right? So now you got this legacy of wrongness, this imagined right to privacy that can't possibly be a natural right as it is being treated in the law by appealing to it as a natural right, and it can only possibly be a civil right that is one that's not named within the Bill of Rights but is referenced as possible within the 10th Amendment. So they need to, should they go do that with abortion? Well, that's a different question, and that's a question in vastly less dispute than either contraception or same-sex marriage. The country is very well divided in half regarding abortion. You've got half the country who are in favor of abortion rights, usually expansive abortion rights. Like, Rachel was actually surprised to learn that there are people out there who advocate in favor of abortion up until birth. But there certainly are such people. I agree it's insane, but there are such people. And the point is, okay, but Moonfei, I think you're presuming here that you're neglecting the states, right? So 60 to 70% population of the nation is one thing. 60 to 70% of the states is another thing, right? So the smaller population states tended to be more opposed to abortion. We've got about a 50-50 split in terms of the will of a given state, okay? And we have nothing close to that level of disagreement on contraception, nor even on same-sex marriage, I don't think. I mean, the thing is, the same-sex marriage argument is very different. It's not predicated on any right to privacy. It's predicated on due process, right? Equal protection under the law. Okay, well, that may well be the case, but we're still seeing how the states handle their new authority over this area, right? because presumably in the status quo, if a state doesn't have any legislation regarding abortion already, probably they all do have some legislation about it, but like a given state may have their legislation written like this: a woman's right to have an abortion up until the ninth week of pregnancy is protected in the state of Connecticut. If the law is written that way, it guarantees abortions up to a certain date, but it doesn't say anything about abortions after that, right? Now the legislatures may decide to get involved or not, depending on whether there's an actual problem with it, right? Is there, in fact, if in fact it's like Moonface says, that it just basically never happens, then a state legislature in a pro-choice state is going to probably not add any additional okay, well, the Supreme Court will not, that will not survive any scrutiny. The federal courts are not going to like the states trying to interfere with individuals' capacity to go between states, because that's implicit in state sovereignty, is that people can move to a different state if they want, or they can go do something they want to do in a different state. They can go, if they want to gamble, they can go to Nevada, right? Um, so the federal courts are not going to be partial to that argument, to that happening at all. So the point is, I don't think we need to worry about an expansive cascade of outcomes from the overturning of Roe v. Wade, because because of a number of reasons. I gotta go. This thing's almost out of electricity, and I'm tired now anyway. So I'm gonna split. Thanks for being here. I could plug it in, I guess. Then, well, let's see what happens. Can you still hear me? Can you still hear my voice? Well, Moon Faye, no. I thought I was gonna. If you can still hear me, I don't know. The point is, I'm not saying late term abortions are a real problem or something. I'm just saying that in the absence of Roe v. Wade, which protected women's access to abortion and thereby served only to create an endless series of challenges to various state laws predicated on what side you were on, right? So, like it used to be under Roe v. Wade, if you were a state legislature that was pro-choice, then you would have not a lot of legislation probably on abortion, other than stuff affirming that right within certain contexts. There probably wouldn't be any legislation on the books at all saying, and you can't have one after this date, but there might be, but it would be fairly late, right? And then you'd have conservative states who were trying to do the opposite. They'd say, well, you can not have an abortion after 72 hours. And then it would get challenged in the courts, and the Supreme Court would say, no, that's violating the protected access afforded by Roe v. Wade. And they say, okay, well, how about 4 months? And they go, okay, that's fine. That's not violating the protected access. How about 2 months? Well, that is violating protected access. They have this back and forth as to what qualified as upholding Roe v. Wade. they couldn't ever come to any conclusion, particularly because, of course, it was predicated on the wrong argument in the first place. And that's a natural consequence of bad arguments winning. And people who know what outcome they want and just come up with some bullshit to justify it rather than caring about how it's justified. Of course, the part of the reason why they wanted to predicate it on something substantial sounding, like a right to privacy, is if they just create it as an unnamed but referred to right in the Constitution, then overturning it as simple as saying, well, that previous court was wrong. It's not one of the unnamed rights because it's an arbitrary kind of decision making. And the only sort of empirical appeal you could make to would be uh, consensus, conventional norms, mores, and the status quo. But since the states are broadly divided in two about the matter, um, that appeal can't really be made. Mr. Bobby had an abortion. He retracted both his messages for sure. Then he flushed them down the toilet with his poo poo. And that is how he's short. Um, that's the Brady Bunch song with the lyrics made about something different. Uh, so the thing is, bodily autonomy argument. Well, the thing is, does it matter? Uh, if I'm a the problem with the bodily autonomy argument is that would empower each Siamese twin to sacrifice the other in order for their own autonomy to be attained. If that's the only if that's the only justification. The other thing is, like, bodily autonomy doesn't allow a mother to re- refuse to let her child breastfeed while not providing any alternate food. I mean, the thing is, Moonfei, as far as I can tell, and I've thought about it a lot, you can't ultimately argue the thing from a rights perspective because the there isn't any other corollary in which any other normal corollary in which one human is not bodily autonomous, um, except for pregnancy. And the thing is, as a consequence, there's no reason to generalize a rule that the host's choice making ought to be prioritized over the parasites, you know, the the child inside, or whatever you want to call it. Um, because, like I said, it's a unique kind of situation. Rights calculi don't work because both individuals can be conceived of to have equal rights if they're going to be conceived of to have rights at all. If you conceive of the fetus or whatever as having no rights whatsoever, then you have to articulate at what point it attains rights and why it attains those rights. And if it's any point before birth, then there's not a clear, bright line, and you're left in a big pile of mud. The reason that um, rights can't be used to calculate the issue goes back to the fact that while you can consent to have sex and you can consent to have unprotected sex, you can't consent to getting pregnant because while it may be a foreseeable uh, consequence of of unprotected sex, it it can't be really an intentional one. In other words, most of the time people have sex, nobody gets pregnant, and that's true regardless of the kind of sex. Well, I mean, the thing is, but viability doesn't validate when you try to cross apply it. And that's how you got to validate these things. So if you go, okay, well, do we treat um, individuals who cannot survive without assistance in some fashion, in other words, aren't biologically viable on their own, do we treat those individuals as having fewer rights or as compromising their rights accordingly? And the answer is no. If I need a respirator to stay alive, that doesn't mean you can now kill me. So, uh, because the because the we already know in the status quo that viability does not that you cannot lose your rights based on losing your viability, right? So there's no reason then to presume that viability should be used the as a criterion for attaining that right that you cannot lose by losing viability. Okay, well then you're drawing a clear bright line at birth, which permits abortions even up to a day before birth. That's your clear bright line, and you're just pretending it's something else. You say that rights are afforded by birth because once you become born, then you're a citizen, and therefore that's when you get rights. Okay, fine. If that's your clear bright line, that is a clear bright line, and it's a good argument. But then the point is, it doesn't matter. Viability has nothing to do with it, then, right? Because then you can abort right up until birth, because they don't get rights until they're born. The problem is, from an intuitive perspective, that doesn't validate as an adequate rule. Therefore, because what we're saying is morally permissible, namely aborting somebody one day before their due date, it it appalls the conscience. So this is why it's impossible to determine it on a rights calculus because there are no other corollaries except for weird anomalous ones like Siamese twins, and the corollaries still aren't useful because the key difference is with a fetus, whatever you want to call it, okay? Um, it's not a person anybody's met before, not a person anybody has experienced at all. Only the mother has any experience, maybe up to a certain point, and then maybe others get some experience of it by seeing a kick or something like that, or feeling a kick, like putting their hand on the lady and feeling a kick. Um, right, but we're trying to articulate what the correct position is and why. And the correct position can't be yay abortion rights because rights don't become attained until birth. Because if that were correct, then even morally appalling things would be permitted under that reasoning. And we have to reject reasoning that allows that makes morally permissible that which is intuitively morally reprehensible. So, while it may be the case that women should have abortion rights, it can't be for that reason, because that reason invalidates when we test it to see if it allows morally reprehensible things. So it would have to be some other reason. And I can't come up with any such reason that's determinate on the point for either side. If you look at it from a rights perspective, um, that side of the argument generally favors pro-life, but just as with all the pro-choice arguments, they fall apart when tested, every single one of them. So it's like, um, even if life begins at conception and it begins fully endowed with all of its rights, you have the unique contradictory, yeah, that it doesn't occur with rights calculi when it's properly being applied to things. When you use a rights calculi where it ought to be used, you never encounter the following thing. Okay, this baby has the right to grow up in the mother's stomach, but what about Rachel? Does she have the right to keep taking these meds that's going to make the baby all fucked up? And, or if so, then doesn't the baby have the right to not be fucked up? And if not, why doesn't Rachel have the right to stay mentally healthy? And why doesn't she have the capacity to eliminate that pregnancy, and in favor of preserving her mental health and in favor of preventing uh, a baby damaged by strong medications that aren't for pregnant women, right? So the thing is, if you look at it on a rights calculus, the pro-choice side has the advantage of saying, well, maybe it doesn't have rights till it's born. The pro-life side has the advantage of saying, if it has rights at all, if people have rights at all, then it should have rights unless we can articulate a specific reason why it's not a person, right? That's the advantage of the pro-life side. The advantage of the pro-choice side is, they can make the argument that people don't have rights at all until they're born. Neither of those arguments works because the pro-life one creates contradictions in the rights calculus, which proper rights calculi don't create contradictions like that. Once the right is established, then it's clear who the trespasser is. But because the woman can't consent to that trespasser being in her belly, she can only consent to unprotected sex and either hope or hope not to get pregnant, right? Um, because she can't consent to that, and it's as a consequence, if you when you try to calculate it against a rights calculus, then it's then you either have a situation where all pregnant women have been trespassed against without their consent, and all fetuses thereby forfeit their rights. And this applies even to women who were trying actively to get pregnant and are celebrating the fact that they were, because technically they didn't consent to it. Or you've got a reality in which every single person who gets pregnant has thrust upon them against their consent the forced occupancy of a squatter. If you view it simply as property, then you'd you'd no, there's no slippery slope into contraception here. No, because all this entire conversation, Moonfae, has been post-conception. Okay, it has been post-conception. This entire conversation. There's no slippery slope into contraception whatsoever. A clear, bright line is before conception and post-conception. That's a real clear, bright line. No sane human being thinks that there's any moral quandaries involved pre-conception with what happens with your sperm. That only insanity people think that anybody should have anything to do with that except the people involved. People in your reddest states and your bluest states, they all buy condoms. They all buy birth control pills. They all buy shit like that. Okay? So don't fool yourself, girl. Contraception is not linked to this conversation whatsoever. It's an entirely different conversation because it has nothing to do with. There are potentially slippery slopes, right? Like, um, I mean, Roe v. Wade. The notion of affirming something as a under the right to privacy is a slippery slope. Once you host is a perfectly good word. One person is hosting another that's fundamentally parasitic in the relationship. The question is, um, you know what? I think okay, well that's fine, but that's not a reason to critique any of the arguments I'm making about abortion, one way or the other, right? Look, the problem with trying to have a winning argument about it is every possible winning argument creates contradictions and causes problems, or in some ways. Okay, so if try to say the thing prior to birth is property, because if it's not a person, then it's got to be property. But if it's property because it was created by two parties, even though it's property that's occupying one person's body, it's property that belongs to both of the creators of the property. And so the woman would not be able to unilaterally get an abortion. She'd have to get approval of the other property owner, the father. But nobody who's pro choice wants to take all the implications of treating that object as property, right? They just want to use the argument that it's not a person, it doesn't have any rights until it's born, but they don't want to incur all the implications of that. So if in fact it's not a person until it's born, then it's property before that, and no woman has any unilateral right to have any abortion without the approval of the man. But I bet you most pro choice people don't want that. They don't want that implication of their argument. So that's why we have to acknowledge that there are no decisive arguments on the matter. Because if we treat any of the arguments as decisive, then you get unintended consequences, Moonfei, that I bet you don't want, right? Do you really want a world in which every woman who wants to get an abortion must get the approval of the man who impregnated her before getting that thing aborted? Because that's the implication of 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 treating a fetus as property instead of a person, right? Yes, absolutely, Moonfei. Yes, because in that case, that you would not have ended up working together on a project on your property. He would have gone there and forcibly against your will made you co-create with him this object. At which point he has no ownership of it whatsoever, and it's entirely the woman's property at that point because it was not a consensually created object. So in that case, if you treat it as property, then that resolves the rape question very cut and dry. There's no question at all about that then because it's property that's can only possibly belong to her because he can't own the work product of a criminal enterprise, you know? Well, the question isn't, it's like, ideally it would be the choice of both parties. The point is, it's very easy for anybody to say it would be great if we didn't have to decide the hard questions, if we didn't have to deal with the hard cases. But we do have to deal with the hard cases. And we have to deal with the implications of whatever reasoning we're providing for our stance on something. If your reasoning is that it's property, you deal with implications beyond meow, you get outcomes beyond meow. If your reasoning is that it only gets rights once it's born, then the implication is before it's born, it's not a person, it's a piece of property. You still incur the same property implications. But additionally, if your point is it gets rights upon being born, then it has none until it's born, which validates abortions up until the water breaks, and that appalls the conscience. So and again, the pro-life side runs into the same problems. When you work out the argumentation chains, you end up with contradictions every single time. It's just that on the pro-life side, um, it's always the same contradiction. But if in fact this is a human being with rights, then why does it create a conflict with another human being with rights? When rights are respected, that means that you're not violating someone else's rights. You're not doing harm to them. Miggity meow, right? And so whenever rights come into conflict, there's some event or action that one party is asserting the other party is to blame for, right? Like, my rights were violated because Joe stole my wallet. In this instance, you've got an unsolvable rights conundrum if you view it under a rights frame of reference, because there's nobody who did anything wrong. The baby didn't trespass, and even if the trespass was illegitimate, it's the rapist's fault for that, not the baby's fault. And the woman also didn't consent to have the baby occupy her, even if she consented to unprotected sex. So there's no way to calculate the rights conflict that occurs if the woman feels as though the pregnancy is violating her rights in some fashion, as it would with Rachel in my example, right? Uh, this baby's occupancy in my belly is violating my right to do the medical things I need to do to stay healthy. And I want to get an abortion. And then the baby's lawyer says, but you're violating my right to life. And then the mother's lawyer says, but if I continue this pregnancy and keep taking these meds, then you'll come out all retarded. And then the baby's lawyer says, well, then you have to stop taking these meds. And then I chime in, I don't want to live with this woman for 9 months off her meds. And everyone goes, and probably it's not going to be healthy for the baby, because Rachel with no medication, she will stay awake for like a week straight with nothing other than than puppy tails and mania. And that can't be good for your baby, right? So the thing is, you end up with countless examples of those kinds of rights contradictory events. They can't be resolved because neither party can be said to have violated the rights of the other party, and yet in either outcome, someone's rights are violated. That's why you can't calculate it with a rights calculus. So it's the single unresolvable question, like for any other given issue I can think of, I can always figure out what the correct position on it is, which is to say, which position is argumentationally supported and which one's not, you know? Which has good justifications and which justification should win and why and what the framing should be, etc. I can do that for every single thing, not abortion. That tells you it's a unique issue. Not only can it not be resolved for either side, it cannot be determined exactly what the frame of reference should be used to determine the question. And that's what makes it unique. Even though we can conclude that deontology won't work, in other words, a rights frame will not work in resolving this question, utilitarianism doesn't work either. And I can't think of what any frame of reference other than those to adjudicate on question of like both morality and public policy. Every framework collapses down to either deontological or utilitarian. So I'm stumped by it, and uh, and that's, you don't hear me say that very often, right? I mean, I'm not stumped by it in the sense that I figured out why I can't figure it out, which was a big aha moment for me, actually, when I realized that I can't figure it out because a woman can't consent to getting pregnant. Um, and that because getting pregnant is not a normal expected outcome of sex, uh, the fact is the vast majority of times people have sex, pregnancy does not occur, then it's unreasonable to try to say that by consenting to having sex, a woman necessarily consents to getting pregnant. Because, you know, even if you try to qualify that and say consents to unprotected sex, I mean, then you have to get down and dirty in the details and be like, okay, well, what if she consents to unprotected sex because he agrees to pull out ahead of time, but then he doesn't? You know, when you start having to deal with details like that, you know you're down the wrong path ideationally. It's not going to do you any good to resolve those questions. So the bottom line is a woman can't consent to getting pregnant, and that makes the rights calculus fail completely. And it's it's definitely a moral issue as well as a pragmatic issue, and that's what makes the utilitarian calculus fail completely. And that doesn't leave us with any alternatives. Well, I was a baby in a womb. I don't know anyone who survived an abortion attempt. That must have been a pretty bad doctor. Oh, I think I got it. I mean, it could have been a bit of sandwich I dropped in there, maybe, but I think I got it. Doctor, you dropped some sandwich in there. I didn't say that. Oh, you're talking to Winston's mom. Well, his nickname at the hospital was Dr. Sandwich Drop. He was known for accidentally dropping pieces of sandwich into people he was operating on. And in this particular instance, he dropped it straight down the vajayjay of Little Miss Aborts a Lot. And when he went in to get what he thought was a fetus, he really just pulled out a bit of his own tuna sandwich. He realized it later, but just ate the bit of sandwich to cover up the evidence. being alive has its perks, but it's not all it's cracked up to be. What exactly is it cracked up to be? I want to know. What is life cracked up to be? One time, when I was a fetus, this doctor tried to abort me. But I was like, and I dodged, and I weaved, and he couldn't get me, and eventually he gave up. Mr. Bobby, who cares what their goal is? What we're doing right now is we're being rational, okay? We're being rational, and we're pointing out that there are no conclusive arguments to win for either side, and why. So you can continue to believe as fervently as you want in your side of the thing. That's fine. But don't try to demonize people whose position is the other side because they've got just as good a, just as they just as much fail as you to have good reasons to feel so strongly about it one way or the other. So just accept that and deal with it. Okay? If you don't like the taste of that in your mouth, deal with it. You're having fiat terminated early? What's fiat? Do you mean like fiat in debate? Like we assume my bill can pass in order to argue its merits and decide whether it should. Or do you mean fiat like the car? Or do you mean FI at? FI at moisture.com. That's FI's email address, is FI at moisture.com. I'm sorry you're feeling blue, if that is in fact the case, Dulles. That's one of the worst colors to feel. Of course I don't have. Well, I have all these books over here. I should just post them. What color do you feel today? Brown? Okay. How about you, Margaret? What color do you feel? Pink. And you, Stephen, what color do you feel? I feel purple. And you, Annie, what color do you feel? I feel yellow. And you, Murph, what color do you feel? I feel orange. Those are the emotional states of each of those colors, acted by Eric, playing the role of all of those people. I feel blue. I feel green, with envy, of course. Like you're green with envy at my acting skills. Here's my acting like a fetus. A fetus in a prostitute's womb. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing with that thing? Hey. Let me shimmy out of the way of that poker. It's gonna grab me. Woo-wee. Too soon? Wait, too late? That's some good abortion humor there. Did you guys all get it? Did it go over anyone's head? I could explain it if you'd like. Anyway, I was watching Gijora. Godzilla is actually called Gojira in Japanese. Anyway, it was a movie made in 2010s or somewhere, like maybe 2020. I don't know. Not that long ago, right? And it featured a picture of Hiroshima, like those black and white pictures from back in the day, right after showing the devastation of it. That's how still post-war Japan is. There were multiple mentions of, and the whole movie is threaded through with plot devices and other discussions about the post-war self-defense force agreement with the U.S., the U.S.'s general bossiness with Japan, and the odd and strange relationship between the two countries. It, at one point in the movie, one of the Japanese characters says, "Sometimes it seems like post-war lasts forever." I'm talking about World War II. I don't think there's a single American who feels like we're currently in the post World War II period. I mean, and you see it in anime all the time. Lots of references to atomic bombs that are not explicitly references to atomic bombs. Lots of explosions that look like mushroom clouds. Lots of like jutsus and other weapons that are entire city destroying in one big fell swoop, and the moral implications of such and so forth is deeply embedded into Japanese culture. I cried the day when Japan lost to Sweden. I was rooting for them. They were the best looking team in the whole tournament, and then they were like in some sort of failure trance in the first half of that game until Sweden went up 2-0 in the second half, and then Japan came roaring back and had multiple chances to tie the game, but just couldn't quite do it. They got one back, but not the second one. Only when the game's over. That game was so exciting right to the very end. I was glued to the TV. I wasn't pushing fast forward at all. Um, and I stuck around afterwards so they showed the players, the Japanese players crying and the Swedish players celebrating. And seeing the Japanese players crying just made me cry. And I said, "I'm so sad that they lost." I said by myself in the living room. That's how I. That's what I do when I'm by myself and feeling emo. And I often vocalize that same sentence. It's so sad. I don't really feel so sad about it now, but I'm still kind of sad about it. Like, I wanted Japan to win the whole thing. I don't even know who my favorite to win it is now. I guess you got to go with Spain or England. Sweden looked good in the first half, but they looked kind of shitty against America, and they looked like not the better team most of the second half of that game today. I guess the Netherlands advanced, right? Against whom? Maybe they won tonight. The Netherlands and France, maybe? What kind of bug is this? What kind of bug is this? That's what we want to know. Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it or not. I'll tell you what, I'll get you a closer view. Looks like it's been smashed. Its back legs aren't working. I don't know what's wrong with it. Well, I just diagnosed it actually. It's been smashed. I don't know who smashed it or how it got smashed. Well, actually, I can't ascertain for sure that it got smashed. It may just have its back legs not working because of a congenital defect. Because its mother refused to get an abortion. Probably is why. Okay, I'm wrapping this up now. Thanks all for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of bees.